DB is over. We've got a... If you turn to your left, we can see anything. We got eyes on the VAB. Eyes on the VAB, wind about 13 knots. Earth leaving the view over. Beautiful morning. Got some rockets here. We'll be taking a look, see over.
Space is important because that's where all of the really cool and really important science is being done. Kerbal actually played a big part in my love of space because Kerbal came out when I was in college.
From whenever I was a kid, I knew I wanted to be a pilot. I knew I wanted to go to space.
Back then, I was still an astronomy student. Getting to see these things firsthand, like on my computer, was just incredible.
That was the way to explore this further.
I realized Kerbal was special the first time I saw a screenshot of it. And I was like, what is this? This looks like, you know, rockets that are put together like Lego pieces or something. This is amazing. I have to try this.
One of my good friends from college introduced me to KSP, and I distinctly remember his words. They were, you'll love this game. This is the last game you will ever play. And a decade later, he wasn't wrong.
I have a class that is supported by a NASA grant. So the students get Kerbal Space Program to experiment with. It creates a virtual lab for them.
When did I start dating Kerbal? Yeah, 2012. June of 2012.
The first time I played Kerbal Space Program, I was in college. I was studying aerospace engineering.
I discovered it, I think it was 2014.
You know, my first interaction with Kerbal was actually through my son. And he was playing this game, and I thought, well, that looks kind of interesting.
I started to get more and more interested, started Googling it, started to find out, oh, there's not just battle cruisers, there's actually little green men. In the beginning, I really had no idea what I was doing. It was like, okay, this is hard.
You can actually do the math in your homework and apply it to Kerbal, and everything completely lines up.
A lot of my coworkers were talking about it, this new game with trajectory, you know, mechanics and everything. And it seemed like the most interesting thing in the world, and I downloaded it immediately.
I remember hearing people, online chatter about Kerbal Space Program when it came out, and the fact that it was really hard, and I love that, so I threw myself at it.
I think for me, the sense of satisfaction in Kerbal Space Program is what kind of hooked me, really. When I downloaded it, it must have been about 8 o'clock in the evening, and I said, right, I'm going to try and get a rocket into orbit. And I just sat there again and again. I refused to look at any videos or tutorials, and I remember the time I managed to finally get into orbit, I was exhausted, and that music started playing. I looked at the curtains and the sun was coming through. I'd spent like the entire night. In that moment, I was like, this is amazing. I finally achieved something.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here. And yes, 10 years ago, Kerbal Space Program came along, and it turned me from a software developer into the internet rocket scientist. I discovered Kerbal Space Program when somebody posted it to the Something Awful forum saying, this could be the next Minecraft. I downloaded it and immediately started loving it, started blowing stuff up. And the funny thing was, at the time, nobody realized that you could actually get the rocket into orbit, and I figured that out very, very quickly. It was a fantastic experience to be ahead of the curve in games for once.
My name is Linux Guru Gamer. I am a modder for Kerbal Space Program. I have been nicknamed the Mod Father. I decided that I wanted to know how many hours I had in the game, so I started writing my own mod for the very first time. It was called Total Time. It was able to record in a number of ways how much time I had in the game. I don't use it anymore because it's too depressing to see how many hours I actually have in the game.
The real-world effects of people playing this game are already being seen because of the influence of Kerbal Space Program 1. We're hearing stories about The students of our subject matter experts having gotten into aerospace engineering because of the original Kerbal Space Program.
We hear all the time, we get people that come into the streams, we get people that meet us in person, back when we used to do that at conferences and stuff, and they'd say, like, oh, wow, I've learned about Kerbal from you, and now I play Kerbal, and it's inspired me to get a degree in aerospace engineering.
These new generations of scientists, of engineers, are going to make sure that we keep our planet safe. Space exploration is a very nice connection between what we need for the Earth and what we're exploring of outer space.
Exploration, I think, is really important as it's part of the human spirit. Humanity's never settled for good enough. If it's always about going faster, going farther, flying higher, people have always had a desire to explore the unknown and go out and see what's out there and try to go farther and do something better than anyone's ever done before.
These are really a difficult, abstract sort of concepts. Even when you're like in a classroom setting and you're supposed to be learning them, I was just having a hard time visualizing it. Having something like Kerbal that I could sit down like after school and point to and be like, this is it. This is what I'm going to do. This is why I don't have any fun and I spend all my time in the library, but this is going to be so cool when I graduate. I'm a problem solver for Starliner.
Kerbal took the complicated, intangible subject of orbital debris, and it made it accessible. My job is protecting the International Space Station from space debris.
My name is Maxim Lernermand. I'm a remote sensing engineer at ISA in Finland. My job is to take satellite images and turn that into useful information. Kerbal Space Program had a pretty big influence on my professional path. I actually managed to get an internship at ESA, the European Space Agency, by tweeting about KSP.
We are moving to the era of commercial spaceflight, launching not professional astronauts, but citizens into space. So we're going to need a lot of rocket scientists. We're going to need a lot of people in mission control, developing the orbital mechanics for specific flight.
We're going to need more and more engineers, we're going to need more and more people, and society is going to get more and more dependent on space.
I'm Craig Stanton. I do digital pre-assembly for the International Space Station program. I'm going to pull this out because it makes more sense. There's this poster that you've probably seen on the internet, and it really talks about, I took high school physics. I didn't get a physics degree, but I got a technical degree, and I went on, and then I actually started my work at NASA. But yeah, my understanding of orbital mechanics really accelerated once I started playing Kerbal. My job is to make sure that when we take the next part of the space station to orbit, that it will fit with what goes up there.
I remember just being absolutely staggered by the scope of that thing, because it's the kind of game that I tend to look at and my brain just goes blank, because the sheer volume of options you have in front of you and the sheer amount of science involved just does not work with the way my brain works. But having a person like Vinny, who is very adept at tinkering with the laws of science and physics in ways that they absolutely should not, made it make a lot more sense to me.
When we were deciding what features to do for Giant Bomb, and Austin was there and Alex was there, I think we kind of figured out that we could make a game within the game to make a mission for us to get a Kerbal to the moon. It sounds so easy now, to get a Kerbal to the moon and back, and make sure we leave no Kerbal behind stranded in space.
That's it. It's two goals. That's it.
That's it.
And geez, we did it. I mean, we did do it in the end. With some help.
And wound up being a thing that I thought was going to be complicated and wound up being a lot of fun and maybe a little more complicated than we had set out to do. Doing it in a series where the community could give us feedback absolutely helped and made us realize, maybe our first impression was a little off and maybe we should really learn what Delta V is or some of the other things that are in the game. We did line up a perfect pickup.
It was perfect in its own way.
It was beautiful.
Playing Kerbal, I think it was a great reminder of all the ways in which this connects to something fundamental about the way we think through problems, the way that we, instead of having a clear and immediate instrumentalized goal, like we should go to space to get resources or something. It's just like we should go to space to figure this out. And I think humans do good things when we're in that mode of we should figure this out.
It's so close
to actually what is the basic process of assembly, integration, and test. When you find a mistake or a non-conformity or an anomaly,
right, Steve, go set up your rocket.
You correct your implementation or your design, and actually you improve and try again, correct it, try again.
Right, Steve, we have a short window here. You'll need to head out and get your rocket ready.
This is this perfect cycle, and in Kerbal this is exactly the same. You learn by experiment, you crash, change something, try again, until you succeed and you reach a goal.
It's all about the calculations and the precise work that we do to figure out how to make these intercepts work the first time before the mission ever happens. But in Kerbal, you get on there and you play with it and you make burns and you can see it happening and you can adjust, and it delivers sort of an intuitive feel for this.
I'm Andrew Schroeder. I'm a test engineer for the flight test instrumentation system on the CST-100. My job is to functionally test the guidance, navigation, and control system on the Starliner. The Starliner is Boeing's submission for the NASA Commercial Crew project. In the last 4 or 5 years or so, the interest in space exploration is really taken off exponentially. Well, I think if more and more people get into Kerbal, it's going to drive up desire for participation in the spaceflight industry, no doubt. The more you can inspire someone at an earlier age, they can work towards that goal a lot earlier and get a lot farther.
It's very hard to find examples of games where people are actually learning something, and actually that was never the intention. We weren't trying to make an educational game, we were just trying to make a fun game.
Kerbal Space Program allows you to run trials and error. It's a very good way of learning. Failure is an option. Matter of fact, it's encouraged. You really want to fail. You want to learn why it fails. You want to try it 50 times if that's what it takes to tweak everything and just make it perfect. But yeah, with Kerbal, you can make those mistakes and there's very little real repercussions. We as real space hardware builders don't really get a lot of chances to try those things. It works most of the time. A lot of the time.
You know, you want to try something and iterate on it, and Kerbal allows you to do that really quickly without spending any money. I think if I hadn't understood the concepts already, Kerbal was a really good way to drive things home and to allow me to experiment a little bit and understand them even better.
You just never stop learning. You always want to learn about the next new thing, the next new rocket, the next new way of doing something, how to improve what you're doing, and also just because we're by nature extremely curious people.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I am a fellow Mexican. I'm also from Mexico City, and I'm really excited of this. When I tell people about Kerbal Space Program, I tell them I'm from Mexico City.
The game started by Felipe's idea. He had this idea about the game he wanted to build. He was pretty much ready to leave the company so he could start working on the game. The owners believed so much on him, on his potential, that they decided to back him up. So he started working on the game, first with a few people at the office. They started working on a prototype that did very well in some very niche forums in the internet. And when they saw that there were people that really liked the demo, they continued working on it and assigning more resources to it.
Is it moon or mun?
I think it's mun.
I mean, it's the moon.
Moon.
It's the moon.
Well, it depends on who I'm talking to.
Oh my God, that's the hard one.
Moon.
It's mun. If I say mun to someone who's trying to have a serious conversation and they know what's going on, they're just gonna crack up laughing and be like, yes, I connect.
I pronounce it mun.
Mun. Because I remember that from the game, how they spelled it mun instead of moon.
Hey, Andrew, is it Moon or Mun?
Mon.
To the developers of KSP-1, I would say thank you so much for what you've done. This program in some ways changed my life.
The game you made changed my life fundamentally. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I was delivering pizzas when I started playing Kerbal Space Program. The path of my life has diverged because of Kerbal Space Program from where it was going.
With Kerbal Space Program, you can try, and you can try again, and you can learn. So, thank you.
Thank you, just from the bottom of my heart. You gave me a tool to talk to my family. You are giving the next generation of space explorers a tool to learn and grow. So thank you.
Which video game after 10 years still gets regular updates and still has such a loyal and gigantic community and has people able to make YouTube videos about that and get significant amount of views. KSP is really a unique thing. It's really a unique game. I don't think anything like that has ever existed before, and I'm not sure there ever will.
You guys who developed Kerbal Space Program, my hat's off to you. You have done almost the impossible. You've taken one of the most complex parts of rocket science, building rockets, flying trajectories, orbital mechanics, represented them in a fairly accurate way, and yet made it intuitive and entertaining to capture the imagination of young people, some of whom are coming to me to design the real thing as a result. So thank you.
Thank you for creating a game that allows girls like me to explore space and make it a reality and maybe start a career one day in this industry.
Thank you.
Yeah, a big thank you.
It's amazing what you've done.
I want to thank the developers for making this thing and keeping this thing alive for so long.
It's just phenomenal what KSP has become. I mean, look at Elon Musk from SpaceX. He occasionally references phrases and terms from KSP, like rapid unscheduled disassembly.
His handle was Harvester, and he was the lead developer. He was the one who had the idea for Kerbal, and you know, my hat's off to him.
To me, it's an indie masterpiece of just ingenuity, something that no one thought of before, and putting this universe that was in your head into a game. So incredibly thankful for the time and energy and the dedication you've put on this project, and I hope you're doing well on your other projects now.
This is quite special. This is wow.
Discovery.
I wish I could hang that video on my wall.
I remember thinking that I would have been really happy if the game could maybe be an enjoyable, like, fun thing for maybe Orbiter fans and the like. And I remember thinking, like, well, I would consider this a success if it can keep itself going. Like, I will consider this a success. Or if even one person finds this interesting enough to take an interest in space flight and space in general, I would consider this a complete win. So to see like where it's gotten now, it just boggles the mind. It's just surreal to even think about.
I actually wonder how much Kerbal influenced these young guys that are now trying to build their own micro launchers. Other people that mark our industry were inspired by things like Star Trek and Star Wars. I do believe that Kerbal will have inspired a whole new generation of rocket scientists.
What happens if a lot of people play this game and come to a deeper understanding of the way the world works as a result of that?
They were just trying to do a nice game about a very specific topic about space exploration. And I think we are particularly proud when we look back and how it started, how much has it grown, and where we are now, and how people really appreciate the game. We have players with more than 5,000 hours on KSP. We all in the team acknowledge and we are grateful for.
We tell ourselves the story that one day maybe we'll get an email from somebody on Mars saying, the reason that I'm here is because I played your game 20 years ago. If that happens, I can die happy.
First time I heard about Kerbal Space Program was from my college roommate. He told me about it, and he was playing it a bunch. And so he called me up to his room. You know, I sat behind him and watched him play it a little bit. And that's the first time I heard of it. And I'm like, wow, this looks really cool. Kerbal played a major role in what I'm doing on Mars today. Playing the game and playing it with friends just built my enthusiasm for spacecraft exploration and for the career path that I was going down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, that was nice. You went from blue to orange. Yeah. Dude. Maybe I should join the professional world and get an actual camera. I don't know, man. You're never gonna get rid of the AC droning, at least not in the summer. Hey Ryan, what's up? Streaming studio. I'm looking for one, goalie. Wow, your setup is fine. Alright. So, well, with that being said, I didn't time it exactly right, but 112 should be out for you guys. So, go enjoy it. I start with a better mic, nodders. Did you get a new headset finally? Yep. The AC sound simulates the VA-VSPH pretty well. Time to monetize the channel more so you can get a house and a studio. What do you mean you need a studio? You know, mission control behind you. Yeah, no problem, Forlorn. My pleasure. RTX voice should do the job. Yeah, it's Rodra was telling me about that, Enroy. Do you know all the new launch sites? I know a good deal of them, B-Rad, yeah. Am I gonna play KSP now? Yeah. Yeah, right, Oba? That's right, that's right. I know. There's ways to do it, guys. Yeah. Can you do that video? I missed it again. I was on the phone.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No. Hey, John, 41-month resub. Don't skip the changelog this time. Come on, this is a happy day. Who would ever think this game would impact so many people so deeply? No, I know. I just remembered I need to talk to you. Can you, like, remember that when I'm not working? It's about the stream. Can you, like, remember that when I'm not streaming? When are you not working? There's times. Sometimes. No, it's a good video. Yeah. Yeah, we could clearly have a conversation, Max. Dude, I tried to get up. For the truck stream this morning. Didn't happen. Nope. I put my phone on the other side of the room and then opened up the blackout curtains so the sun shined in my face. I did wake up at 8 and shut the damn curtains in my sleep and the alarm off and went back to bed. In my damn sleep. I got up and walked across the damn bedroom. Closed the curtains, shut the alarm off, went back to bed. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm trying to ramp up the schedule again, but it's not working. I mean, I also had a nasty case of insomnia last night. I went to bed at 4:30 in the morning, so waking up at 8 wasn't really body said no. We're getting batteries for it, Frilled. What's your alarm sound? I don't have my phone. It's the dirt, 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 dirt. Oh, we'll do some truck stuff tomorrow. Oh, anyway, what a video, huh? Dude, I did that project a little while back. I mean, you could tell because I still had the mullet. That was a while ago, but yeah, it was fun. Shout out to the guys that did the documentary. I don't know if they want their names out there, but you know, if they ever see this, you guys did a great job. It's an amazing documentary. No, we just need to figure out the thing with the guy. Oh, yeah, we'll do that some other time. Remo, tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow or when I'm on break in a little bit, okay? Are you Mun or Mun? I don't care, Foodman. If you say Mun, people know what you're saying. If you say Moon, people know what you're saying. There's times to be technical, and then there's times not to be technical. The part was recorded a while ago. The GIFs are different in the background. Yeah, it was like a month and a half ago or something. Last. Okay. What's up? I do not see your last. I don't see it. Try again, man. You still have the mullet in that. That was before SN15. Yeah, no, dude, I ended up talking with the documentary guys for a really long time, and it delayed a stream. I was doing that. Like, it delayed the start time to a stream a little while back. This is what I mean. Like, you guys are spam. Like, I remember I was talking to the docu guys, and people were spamming late in chat. I'm like, I'll be right there. Shut up. I'm busy. It's not sending for some reason. It's probably too long. Hello. Oh, that's a cool engine.
Go and throttle up.
Jackery, hi from home. We're needy. Dude, I delayed a stream like an hour. I scheduled that meeting to talk with the documentary people for like 11, and we were talking till like 1 in the afternoon. The docu guy, the guy that directed that documentary, he was like, "Yep, I'm late for my next meeting." I'm like, "So am I." You know? How was exploring yesterday? Fun. Do you think you're going to switch over totally to KSP2? Or do you think KSP1 is always going to be something you'll come back to? Or Rocket Science, actually, I didn't have this idea, so I can't take credit for this, and I really can't give credit where credit is due, because I forget who said it. But I think when KSP2 comes out, that's when we should crank into KSP1 and play with mods. I'm serious. Yeah. Play KSP1 with mods and play KSP2 with stock. That's probably a good time to say it. When I first saw you stream, it was a Falcon 9 launch. I clicked your channel, and I could see you were into space flight. So after that, I followed, and ever since then, you inspired me, including to get involved in space flight. I came to the stream while I was new. It was the name before rockets. I've learned so much through space news. Thank you. My pleasure, Velo. This is fun, man. Look, rocket science is difficult, dude. It's really hard. It's really, really tough. It is really difficult to understand. Take how difficult you think it is and times that by pi. Seriously. It is tough. It is very tough, but it's fun. That's the thing. It's fun. Even when the mission goes right, you still see explosions. They're just going out the bottom. You know? Like, they're just going out the bottom. It's fun, man. It's enjoyable. I could do this all day. I'm doing this for almost a decade, man. Sometimes I struggle so much. I'm only 14. Well, Velo, part of what I do is I show people the end goal. Velo, I don't know about you, but when I was 14, if someone showed me the end goal to all these useless math classes that I was taking that I did not care about, if someone had showed me the end goal, it would have been like flipping a switch. I would have immediately became an honor roll student. Immediately. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Like, it's difficult stuff, but god dang is it fun. Ugh. Wish I could go back every day. Yep. Easy to say this now. This fighter, I say that as somebody who ended up having to teach themselves this stuff. Go to school. It's a lot easier. Don't try to self-teach yourself. It's a pain in the butt, man. It's a pain in the butt, and it takes a lot longer. Just go to school. Just go to school and do a good job. Like, I know, yeah, I get it. It's easy to say in hindsight, but I've been through a regular education, and I've also self-taught myself. The regular education stuff is way easier. Anyway, Rarest, you had a tip in there. Are you okay, man? Was everything good? Thank you for your community and your patience. It's an honor saying I would follow you for years. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Like, bottom of my heart. That pizza, Chris, 10 subs. Thank you very much. That delivering pizzas thing is not bullcrap. That's real. The oldest viewers around will know that I had to balance my stream time. 0. 36-month resub. The video was epic. Good game on being in it. Thanks, man. The oldest viewers around will know. That's what I did. I had to balance streaming around my crappy delivering pizza schedule. Imagine RSSRO, but you have to make working pads. Yeah, Demoody, it was a long time ago. That was 2012. 2012, 2013. 2012 to 2013, yeah. I worked at the local pizza store. Actually, I worked at 2 pizza stores, if you really want to know the technical story. There were 2 pizza stores in the town that I'm in and the next town over. Yeah, to go back and forth. Sometimes I did mat runs between them in the Honda. I didn't even have the Mustang yet. I had an 02 Accord Coupe. I would take dough and move them between the stores and stuff, deliver pizzas. Yeah. Did you like that job? You know what, Nino? I don't mind delivering pizzas. I really don't. The pay sucks. Oh, the pay is terrible. I make way more money now. Like, it's not a bad job. I like driving my car. I like cars, and I get to, that job's literally, and I was just talking to Weed about this, and believe it or not, before I started the stream. I like cars, so I like driving my car around. Even in Boston traffic, it's fun. It's like a game to me. It's like a game. You know what the game is called? Try not to get run off the road by someone. It's a great game to play. Very fun. People don't know how to tip. Merkers, they ain't bad around here. If I get it to them quickly, they'll tip very well. Mustang. Obey the traffic laws. Heck, I even delivered pizzas in Freb. Freb was still running then. My truck, the 59, it was still running. That's how long ago that was. Holy crap. Summer 2013. Yeah, delivered pizzas in the 59. Yeah, Badger. Oh, dude, that's why my sense of direction is so good. Ask Primo. I have a killer sense of direction because, you know, there's nothing like going to a place you've never been before and trying to figure out where it is on the first try. Yeah, that's difficult. It's disgusting. I'm glad you're a streamer now. You're spending time in a much better way by educating people. Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where I was. My first time in here was 1.1 pre-release. I tried KSP. Let me see, Max. I want to read that. Never really got into it. EJ was building the littoral combat ship and playing around with the K-28. Then I came in around CRSA and watched it. I was hooked. Never missed a SpaceX launch since. Did some cool stuff in KSP. Got very interested in aerospace and got into sim racing. Yeah, the Venn diagram between sim racing and aerospace has a lot of overlap, dude. So it's the same stuff, same thing. Formula 1 car's a friggin' rocket ship. I found your channel after the most annoying kid in my class said something about a car in space. Your streams are partly what made me switch from airplanes to rocket propulsion. I just graduated a month ago and I'm looking forward to aero engineering in university. That's awesome, Lava. That's cool, man. I love hearing the stories, guys. I'm serious. That's what makes this all worth it, man. I know I'm a stubborn jerk. I can be a jerk sometimes. I can be crabby and stuff, but you know, like that stubbornness works for you and against you. You know what I mean? That stubbornness also is the reason why I've been doing this for a decade. Chris gifted a sub to 9L. Thanks. And Lava Eagle. Have you tried asking Uncle Google about the direction?
Discovery, go at
What?
throttle up.
What do you mean? What direction are you facing right now? East. I gotta go work. Oh, we love you, EJ. Thanks for streaming all these years. My pleasure. Mr. Krabs, I was AFK. I sent you something.
Go at
Huh?
throttle up.
Chris gifted a sub to Dwarf Man. Hey, go over there with the Dwarf Man. First time I saw you stream, you were doing flips in the cargo plane. I remember that stream where we opened the back and the thing was... Dude, it worked like the feather on Virgin Galactic. I remember that stream. That was awesome. Takes a stubborn guy to keep doing... Yeah, Andel, that's right. That's right. Yeah, stubbornness works for you and against you, man.
Discovery,
I know that video, Kerbal King, but yeah. I'm just here for space news. Chris gifted us up to Psycho Gamer. I started my career in 3D animation in August. Condor was still 3 tanks long when I started watching. Yeah, I know, Super Krieger. I know, man. First time I watched, I was with my brother and you were talking about the Lagrange point. I learned so much from that stream. I guess they're Canadian. I guess there's nothing left to do but just play the game until KSP 2 comes out. I remember the beginnings of Condor 9. Yeah, Max, Condor 9, I did it. I did Condor. Do you know why the whole Condor program started in 2016? Is because 2015, 2016 is when Falcon 9 started flying a lot. Not to the pace that it is now, but it started flying like every month. You know what I mean? And people kept asking me about it, and I had no freaking idea how it worked. No clue. So I started reading about it, and I was like, okay, this kind of good. And then I was like, you know what, screw it. I'll just make it in Kerbal. I'll just make it in KSP, and I'll figure out how it works that way. And that worked. Yes, that actually did what I wanted it to do. He's around sometimes, man. I miss him. He's a good friend. EJ was launching 7x7s in Armstrong Station with beer, with its beer vats. Yeah, dude, the beer vats in the tennis courts. Oh my god. Fuck, I was like 23, 24, 23 when I was doing this. So stupid.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chris, gifted a sub to Cyclospace. Thank you. If you have to change anything about Condor's pad, what would you change? The part count. The part count is too high. The systems are too complicated. Early 2019 for me. I found you from DOS, whom I found through a Co-Carnage mod. Right on. Right on, Hibbs. It's been a fun ride, guys. But the ride doesn't stop here. Oh, EJ's in the new Kerbal video. I was inspired by you and your content. I would never applied at Starlink. I made it to the second interview, then borked it. Oh, Play, I'm sorry, man. KSP TV pointed me here. Ready for round 2? Born ready for it, Chris. Look, I like delivering pizzas, and believe it or not, I like working on the loading dock at Best Buy. I like working. It's not normal. I enjoy work. I very much enjoy work where you can tangibly see what you've changed. So like working on the loading dock, taking all the boxes from the truck and putting them on the shelves. That is enjoyable. That's candy for my brain. In Kerbal, seeing the rocket launch, it's candy for your brain. You know what I mean? I don't know what the hell that's about. That's not normal. That's not normal. that ain't normal. I like working, man. Dude, yeah, I like it. It's fun. Started watching when EJ had no eyes. Yeah, that's right. Last week I was with my class on a spiritual retirement, and it was awesome because we weren't in a populated area and Starlinks just kept coming. Yeah. It's cool, man. It's cool when you point out something flying around in space, Swishio. Dude, I did that. I was out looking at a Falcon 9 second stage one time that I just stopped the stream, and I forget which Falcon 9 it was. I think it was a Starlink mission. We saw the stage fly over, and one of my neighbors in the apartment block was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Yo, look over there in the sky for a second." It was like perfect timing. I was like, "See that thing right there that's moving across the sky?" He's like, "Yeah, it's just a plane." I'm like, "No, planes have blinking lights. That is no blinking lights. What is that?" And the guy was like, "I don't know. What is that?" I'm like, that's a rocket stage." The guy was like, "What?" I'm like, "It's a rocket stage. Seriously, I just watched that thing launched into space on the internet." Our culture in chat is the embodiment of your efforts, and it's one of the seldom safe places IMO here on Twitch. Really? Oh, well, that's good, Chris. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. Follow the dopamine. Yeah, I know. It's like rats hitting a feeder bar to get a food pellet, man. It's just like... Me, not you. As weird as it sounds, I can't wait to get into Game Mill and work in an office. Yep, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Sushio, it's cool, huh? I'm realizing now that mission control lighting doesn't match your lighting. Not anymore, Bree. Nope. It was close. I had it close. That's why I was pale for. I mean, it's not. It's the orange chroma mostly, but it's all right. Yeah. Maybe time for a new mission control. We'll think of something. Did you see what Das had in his background? I thought that was funny. Das had KSCVC in the background. Wait, you changed the lighting? Yeah. Tessa, I went from a 2-light setup to a 4-light setup. 4-light setup with a green screen. I have Elgato key lights, and they're really good. I can control them from my phone, which I don't have. Kennedy or Kerbal, please specify. I don't think there's a Kerbal Space Center visitor complex. Phil is still hanging off the back of the green screen, guys. Don't worry. Zebby, I'm never getting rid of that damn bed sheet. That's staying with me for a long time. I just think new Kerbal is a good time to update some things, but that's my inner marketer. An old Apollo control room? RJ, if I had an old Apollo, if I had Apollo flight control, I would have to wear a shirt and tie every day. I don't know if I'm ready for that. It broke, Wheat. It's a Black Shark V2. Yeah, the original Black Sharks kicked the bucket, dude. The wire got so frayed it was impossible to repair. I repaired it a bunch of times. I resoldered it. Yeah, suit up. Wait, you remember that stream? Who remembers that stream where I wore a suit on stream? Because somebody's like, I was like, I'd wear a suit on stream. Somebody's like, no, you wouldn't. And I'm like, all right, fine. Replace the wire, job done. Tessa, it's a weird wire. not a weird wire. I don't know. It's got a bunch of smaller wires in it. There's like 20 gauge wire in there, and there's one for the microphone, and there's one for the headset, and it's frayed in like multiple spots, dude. Yeah, I mean, maybe replacing the wire would be useful. Maybe I'll do it one of these days, but I don't have the time to sit down and take the whole thing apart again. That was the first stream you saw? Hey, Sergeant, what's going on? He wore a princess gown once. The suit isn't a stretch. No, I didn't. I don't remember doing that.
Discovery, go at throttle.
That wasn't the Trace Coma stream, was it? Wait. I don't remember doing that. Sergeant Couscous. The name's so nice, named it twice. I've done a lot of dumb things on stream. I've never done that. Pretty sure. No, it was the Photoshop picture. Who remembers the first dart testing? That was this year, T-Man. Some of the streams that we're talking about are from 2013. What were you doing in 2013? Chris Who, gifted a sub to Captain Duckman. Who remembers Baikal testing from 2013? It's living in California, watching every day, and you, yeah, it's cool. Freaking Princess EJ. I think I came here when you were making Collins. I remember, yeah, I started making Collins in summer 2014 because I wanted to learn more about the space shuttle and how it works. I already knew a good deal, but I wanted to learn more. Yeah, now I know a lot about that thing. Yeah, this is a great piece of equipment. First Grissom launch. Yeah, I remember watching in 2013. Novus, what's up, man? Oh, what a ride, dudes. What a freaking ride. Is the museum still around in the old mission mode? Of course. 60 tons, max. Would you like to know more? I still find it strange to not see the aviators. Yeah, I know. I know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2016 was Condor, Dino. I went on a deep dive with Condor. So, I got the shuttle pretty much figured out by the end of 2015. 2016, I started jumping, like, you can, like, follow the meta. I wanted to learn everything that I could about the shuttle, and then realized that after I really got good at launching Collins and getting it working. Jeez, Chris. Give the sub to Max, give the sub to Orion. I didn't know much about the regular rockets, because, I mean, growing up, who cares? Regular rockets, who cares? So, I decided to learn about everything else. What was the name of the supersized Grissom? Project Husband. Yeah, the big one. The thick monk, yeah. It's a good time. It was the glasses that reminded me of the stream after all these years of not watching. Really, Novus? Crazy. Cronus, oh my goodness. I remember that rocket. Collins, Cronus, and Condor, yeah. Yeah, man. That's when I really started diving into the mechanics around things, too, and how everything works. Like, when I say mechanics, I mean, like, how the launch pads work, how the rockets work, the real, that's when I started getting complicated. You know. I like to think that I do good nowadays, I guess. The thick monk. Nice. Chris who gets to the sub to L who. You and Dust are the reason why I know so much about the game and still play it today. It's been a wild ride, for sure. Still waiting on a crawler. Well, we made a freaking cannon in KSP yesterday. So maybe we'll revisit treaded vehicles for the early hours segment. And we just gifted me Icarus. Okay. You know, I was just gonna... God damn it. I'll never forget when you got distracted, flew a shuttle into something, or lapped off a wing, flew up a replacement, tacked it on, and brought that sucker down. That's when I knew you were something special. Thanks, man. Thanks for all these kind words, guys. Did I missed a cannon stream? Oh, Tessa, I made a 12-pounder. 12-pounder and then blew up I ammo racked the azimuth carrier. So on the back of my Go Searcher, right, I made something that looked like a 5-inch turret, right? And then I used the firework launchers, and it turns out the projectile that the fireworks launcher fires, the pyro, is glidable, and you can overclock the cal controller. The cal controller, you can overclock the muzzle velocity on the cannon. And I shot it at the azimuth's root part, and the thing ammo racked. It was pretty funny, actually. Dude, I gotta show you this. This is awesome. I'm like, it does that. It absolutely does that. You know, all this time trying to get stuff to not explode. It turns out you get kind of good at knowing where to hit it if you want to make it explode. Watch this. Watch this. Here, I'll go over here. Oh my goodness. Oh, we killed him. Oh, ammo racked. Ah! Wait, I had to do it this one time. Dude, did you see it? It obliterated the ship. I hit it right in the root part. So, actually, the root part is that probe core right there, and the spine of the ship goes right there. So that's not the root part. That's like the third or fourth part in the hierarchy. Yeah, ammo racked. We racked it pretty badly. Oh, we killed him. Oh, we racked the carrier. Oops. Wait, you early access the patch too? Yeah. That's not weapons, they're fireworks. Yeah, we just launched the fireworks at something. Yeah, it popped. Oh, it popped. I hope they fix the auto struts on ports. Hey, Merch, yeah, you sank my battleship. Even worse, carrier, man. No. Yeah, Snackless. They're gonna fix it. That's all I'll say. They're gonna fix it. I guess new version of the game makes a weapon so American. Oh, shut the hell up! Oh, don't give me that nonsense, you frickin' punk commie. Hang on. Da-da-dum. Alright. It doesn't like that I have pop-out window installed. Give me that nonsense, you frickin' commie fucking guy. Perfect plane for recon. Nice, Canberra. Nice wallpaper. Thanks, Pixig. You know what, Ando? So goddamn true. I mean, look at me, man. When you think, like, sometimes I think about it, dude, and I'm like sitting here, I'm like, okay, what do I like? I like pickup trucks. I watch a lot of NASCAR. I mean, to be fair, I watch a lot of racing. I don't care what it is. I like pickup trucks. I like rock and roll. I like a lot of NASCAR. A lot of that. Yeah, I watch. Except Hendrick, man. I can't stand Kyle Larson winning every race. It's really annoying. I hate it when it happens in Formula 1, and I hate it when it happens in NASCAR, too. I'm a stereotype. Sorry. I'm not going to apologize for it. Also, why did you... No, PY is a smaller one, but... Okay. Oh... Are you sure? The wife said you could. Oh, all right. She's a boss. Thanks, man. Tell her I said thank you as well. I mean, Weed, I know it's like been off and on because, you know, jobs and stuff, dude. But thank you for being here this entire time,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, na zdorovye. Yeah, Jeep guy, 16-month resub. Jesus. I am having a crisis right now. Will we see the return of the mullet? Well, I pretty much have to now, Paul. No, I Primo's gonna kill me. I want it back. I want the mullet back. I want the mullet back. I showed that I could do it. Primo's gonna kill me. Please, God, no. Dude, I'm getting it back. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, I swear. Your short hair is so much better. Yeah. I like it like this. You're with Brimo? Should go twice as long. So you've already covered all the new stuff in 1.12, or did you skim things? I got most of it, Tessa. Yeah, we got most of it. Go full Elon? I'd do that. Sure. No, thanks, man. Yeah. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Gio, you know, it's funny. This is too long. You know, go without cutting a beard? Nah, I can't stand having a beard, I'll be honest with you. And I have this weird theory, like the internet collectively wants all male streamers to have a beard, which is some weird social thing that's going on that I've noticed. I don't like having a beard. It's annoying. It's annoying and stuff gets in it and it's a pain in the butt to keep clean. It's just like having long hair. It requires work. Can't stand it. The mustache is okay as long as you trim it. DJ likes long hair, no beard. I like short hair and beard. We'll find a compromise. I just want to be pure. I don't like having stuff on my face. It's really annoying, actually. Got yourself some beard oil. It's a game changer. Yeah. Yeah. Rex, I'm with you. With that being said, like, if you want to grow a beard, grow a beard. I don't care. Yeah, Ando, I'm with you on that one. But yeah, going back to it, man. Big stereotype. Yep. This guy. Alright. Do you think that's going fast enough? Hey, Max, what's going on? Yeah, okay, RJ, that's fine. Transfer planner is cool, Tessa. No? Oh, we took the Nautilus out for a spin yesterday. Oh, yeah, there's also that. Yeah, I kind of... The hell with tow cables, you know? The hell with tow cables. Yeah. We didn't use a tow cable on the AT-AT. How? High level, could you explain the transfer planner? We could. Tessa, I'll be honest with you. I got the alarm clock working. I didn't really get into the transfer planner. Have you considered making a large version of the Kraken drive for, say, a giant ship? Oh. Wait, why are you on? That's strange. Ah, it's the air conditioner. Yeah, of course. AT-AT versus atomic Roman candle. All I'm saying, Dish, is that I don't think an AT-AT would survive a Sabo round from an Abrams. I'm pretty damn sure it wouldn't. Pretty damn sure if you put the Sabo round, you'll probably overload the shields with 1 or 2 Sabo rounds. I mean, just putting it out there. You know why? Because its armor is designed for plasma. It's designed for heat energy. It's not designed for kinetic energy. I'm pretty sure if anybody just fielded like a regular pistol in Star Wars, they would have just killed everyone. I'm just saying. Yeah, you Sabo the leg, Rex? Yeah, that's it. You Sabo the leg just shears off. And oh, sucks to be you, man. A 16-inch gun? Yeah, an Iowa battleship cannon would go, it would go through an AT-AT. I don't care how strong that armor is. It's not thick enough. I don't care how strong it is. No, it'll punch right through it. Be careful what you wish for. Star Wars fanboys get real defensive about their tech, implying I'm not one of them, Havix. As a very hardcore Star Wars expanded universe reader, no. It's Durasteel. The AT-AT uses Durasteel, alright? It's made by the Kuat Drive Yards, same people that make Star Destroyers, because the Empire believed in single contract, cost plus incentive fee contracts. Stupid. Yeah, seriously. Star Destroyer program? They did block buy Star Destroyers, which was a smart idea. They did do that, but building the Death Star was dumb. Don't ask. Guys, when I say, I know I don't, dude, I'm a nerd. Like, they block bought Star Destroyers, JuiceBot. Think about it. In less than 20 years, they had a fleet of 100 Star Destroyers. And 2 Super Star Destroyers. And a Death Star. That's a lot of defense spending, man. A lot of defense spending. You're going to drive up that deficit real quick. The Empire probably would have collapsed anyway. Just saying. You're driving up the deficit spending. Too much. Lots of IOUs. Yeah. Yep, that's right. Yeah, Orion, yeah. Look what a couple of logs crush the AT-AT. Dude, I don't care if it could be a plate of titanium. If the titanium ain't thick enough, it'll punch right through it. 16-inch gun versus Death Star? That's not doing anything unless you shoot the gun down the thermal exhaust port. Yeah, logs crushed an AT-ST, Havix. We'd be hard-pressed to see a freaking Sabo round. A Sabo round would obliterate an AT-ST. An Abrams versus AT-ST? Yeah, the AT-ST would shoot and it could probably punch a hole with the blasters through an Abrams. But the Abrams with a Sabo round, which is a tungsten round, right through that little front window, bye-bye. The AT-ST has no shield generator. All of the energy is used in gyroscopes to keep the thing walking upright. The idea is that you can get over the terrain faster, and if you can move quicker, you don't need shields. Same idea as TIE fighters. The Empire's entire strategy doctrine was around blitz. It was around blitzing like certain people from history that we don't like. It was an overpen, yeah, Plums. It'd go right through it and it'd obliterate anything inside of it. Even an HE round would go right through the thing. You nerding out about this stuff is why I feel at home in your stream, yeah. Alright, from Wikipedia. Durasteel is a type of metal alloy used in a variety of purposes, ranging from combat armor to buildings. More resistant than standard steel, but weaker than the common alloys of titanium. Durasteel was able to protect against kinetic damage, so it was often used for defense plating on military starships. So yes, the Sabo round would drink an AT-AT's milkshake. See? Bro, I don't make this up, Dish. I don't make this stuff up. I have an ungodly amount of Star Wars engineering knowledge up here. Don't ask me why. Well, you can ask. It's fine. I liked Star Wars, and I liked that before I figured out what real spaceflight was. And when I figured out that, you know, you could kind of do some of this stuff in real life, the hell with that. I don't need that anymore. I'm telling you, I'm a freaking nerd of the highest caliber. Star Wars A New Hope is propaganda, and the blow-up of the Death Star is fake. No, they did that. I mean, Okay, alright. So, a lot of the Empire's strategy doctrine for military operations is based off of the Germans in World War II, right? It's based off of them, alright? The Death Star is about as useful as this. Do you guys know what the P-1000 is? Yeah, I mean, tank guys, you know what I'm talking about. It's a Bismarck turret on a tank. The Mouse and the Rat tank were ideas that the German defense industry had. And the idea, the thing is, you know, they were like, oh, just build it bigger. Build it bigger. It's bigger and it's imposing. No one's going to screw with it. But the reality of that situation is that those tanks are useless. Literally useless. One, the thing would have been so heavy it would have sank into the mud in Europe. Europe's a lot of soft soil, like around Paris and stuff. Paris, Berlin, London, it's all soft soil. There's no way that thing would have stayed up. It would have sank right into the ground. Isn't the analogy with the Schwer Gustav? Yep, the Gustav is another good example. Cool pieces of tech. Like, I wish, I'll be honest with you, at the expense of sounding classy, I wish douchebags didn't make it. It's cool, but it's useless. That's bigger than a battleship cannon right there. It's a cool idea, but it's useless. It's freaking useless in war. The second you, oh, okay, all right, cool. You have a gun on a train. Derail the tracks. Oops. Literally a firework, a Roman candle over a railroad tie and burn the railroad tie up or split the railroad tie in half will disable that thing. Useless. The Death Star, useless. Yeah, great. You can blow up an entire planet. Good job. Great, good. What a useless expenditure of energy. They have a kyber crystal in the Death Star laser. That's the best function you could come up with for that thing? Are you dumb? Are you dumb? For one Death Star, you could have produced 1,000 more Star Destroyers and then just glass planets.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What? How about a Star Destroyer? Each one of those Star Destroyers has a little kyber crystal. Each one of those has a little Death Star laser. And then all of them combine and blow stuff. No. Screw mobility, right? That means nothing in modern warfare. See what I mean? It's dumb. That was dumb. Just like the Rat Tank was dumb and the Schwer Gustav was stupid. Stupid. See? I can go all day with this stuff, man. I can go all day with this. Freaking huge Star Wars nerd. Yeah, but Star Destroyers are just made from space magic. I mean, that and a big fusion reactor built into it, so a big enough fusion reactor so that things could go places. Oh wait, Hazanku, I typed your name in Twitch. No. Star Destroyer. I don't know why, my brain just did it bad. So this thing, right? It has a gigantic reactor in it. I don't know why I just typed your name into Twitch. It doesn't matter. Screw it. So no! Alright, so these things, the ISDs. The reason why it looks like a cheese slice is because they put a gigantic reactor in here. Literally a third of this ship is reactor. That's why they needed all these shield generators, because one shot in the right spot will blow this thing to smithereens. But it's designed to be fast. Once again, the Empire in Star Wars, their entire doctrine is about blitzing things. That's why they sucked as an occupational force and the rebellion grew. It's a blitz force. They're designed to take over. It's designed to take over stuff real quick because it's based off of the Clone Troopers doctrine from the Clone Wars. Hello? Exactly. It's designed to get in there, launch a lot. It's like an aircraft carrier. They're built like Enterprise. Like the Enterprise. It's just a big reactor. It has a huge reactor in it that's with 3 big frigging engines that's designed to get anywhere in the galaxy really fast. And then once it gets there, it's not really designed for point defense. It has point defense, but it's really the TIE fighters are the thing. It's basically an aircraft carrier. It's not designed for ship-to-ship fighting. That's why they sucked. Whenever the Star Destroyers got into ship-to-ship fighting, they sucked because they weren't expecting, you know, the rebels to go and hit them with A-wings. They were expecting, you know, a Mon Cal cruiser, right? That's why during the Return of the Jedi, 2 B-wings took down an ISD by themselves. You see it blow up in the background when Admiral Akbar is talking. With that being said, I like ISDs because they're inexpensive to make. They're good enough for what they need to do, and a lot of them is like 1,000 TIE fighters in your face, and you're not going to fight that. You mentioned glassing, and now I'm wondering Empire versus the Covenant. Sangeli would shred stormtroopers, just like Sangeli shred through UNSC forces. Yeah, the elites would win. The Covenant would win. Yeah, there you go, Sebi. Yeah, for the Star Trek fans, the ISD is basically a galaxy class. It's a galaxy class. It's good for roaming around the universe, but in battle, it's a piece of junk. Yeah, it's a piece of junk. It's not going to do good in ship-to-ship combat. The UNSC would win against the Empire. Max, the Empire is designed for energy weapons. Guns? No. The Empire is designed for energy weapons, and the UNSC is designed for kinetic weapons. That's why, the Covenant kicked their butts so much. But also, Stormtroopers don't have shields like elites do. Oh, the Empire would... UNSC would probably kick the trash out of the Empire, yeah. The Empire does have more ships. I'm not sure about a longsword versus a TIE fighter, though. That could end poorly. Do ISD shields even stop kinetics? No. No, they're energy fields. No, they don't stop kinetics at all. You can fly right through them. You know how I know? Because an A-Wing took out the shield generator on an ISD and then flew through the bridge and killed it. Well, that was the Super Star Destroyer, but you get the idea. Once the deflector shields go down, that's game over. Yeah, the Empire is a lot bigger than the UNSC. That's a good point. I mean, Max, what do you think would win? The Iroquois with Captain Keyes at the helm, or Admiral Theot in command of a Star Destroyer? Yeah, we're getting real nerdy here. I don't think most people even understand what the hell I'm talking about at this point. I don't know. Admiral Theot was pretty good. He was a pretty good admiral. I mean, kind of had his hands tied behind his back, but... Oh, Admiral Thrawn would kill everybody. What about a Mandator 4 class? I'm failing to remember what that is. You lost me at UNSC. Rarest, UNSC is the humans in the Halo universe. Worf and the Defiant? Oh yeah, he'd kill everybody. Stormtroopers have no armor, just plastic housing. That's what I mean, Kem. A bullet? No. The Empire's stuff is all cheap. It's all inexpensive. How do you think they built up such a big force so fast? All the stuff is glass. It's all about it's about imposing, but the stuff sucks. You go fast, like you get there fast, and you deploy like 4 or 5 battalions of troops in somebody's face. They're not going to put up a fight. Dude, I could get into Empire defense and Rebel defense doctrines all day, man. That's my jam, dude. I love that stuff. The Atolo Gungans? The droid army kicked the trash out of the Gungans. The Empire would... Yeah, that would end poorly. Yeah, Rocket Primer, yeah. You think the Ewoks are bad for the Stormtroopers? The Empire fighting IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, oh, that wouldn't have ended well. I don't know how that would even work, but... You don't have to fight if you intimidate the enemy. Really? Please, tell me more. ISD versus the Yamato? Dish, if the ISD came in close and it got in range of the Yamato's guns, 1 or 2 good shots through the bridge, that's game over. It would be far-fetched, but... So American. How do you think... I mean, dude, that's what we do. That's why we have those carriers, man. The carrier... Like, okay, I'm sure everybody's heard that damn story about... Everybody's heard the damn story about how in war games, 1 Swedish sub sunk the carrier. The carriers aren't designed to fight. Everything on the carrier is designed to fight. But the carriers need an escort. And that's a huge target. So the only way to really get around that is have A, a lot of destroyers, and B, a lot of submarines. And go figure. That's what we have. Stormtroopers versus IJN? Oh, Japan. Yeah, Stormtroopers would get cut in half. You think forged, glorious Nihon forged steel wouldn't cut through the Durasteel armor from the Stormtroopers? No way. It'd go through it like a knife through butter, man. Bonsai! Can you imagine stormtroopers getting a bonsai attack? They would freak. They'd probably piss their pants. But carriers are a support ship at the end of the day, just like ISDs are. Same thing. Carriers with a lot of nukes on them. Swishio, are the carriers don't carry the nukes, dude. Our U.S. aircraft carriers have nukes for power plants, dude. They don't carry nuclear weapons on there. Not in a conventional capacity, dude. You guys really want to know what's death? Is this thing? You want to know what carries the nukes? These boomers, man. No, not the older generation. Boomer submarines. That is death in a box. So there's attack submarines and there's ballistic missile submarines. So, and this isn't just the U.S. anymore. In submarine doctrine, you have the attack submarines, which are designed for sub-to-sub combat. They're fast. They're quick ships. So like the Russian Akula is a good example of that. The Shark is a good example of that. That's an attack submarine. The Typhoon from the Soviet Union, that's a ballistic missile submarine. The fast attack subs are designed to take out other subs. The ballistic missile submarine, those things are designed to kill everyone on the planet. And one of them can. A Typhoon, an Ohio. No. Death. I know they can transport them, Linprod, I know, but carriers don't carry a nuclear armament on them out of the box. I mean, they might. I don't know that for sure. They did in fact not move the gliders from the changelog. Oh. Summer sale, huh? What about China nowadays with subs? I'm not sure, Laforte. China's building up. They have aircraft carriers, but the aircraft carriers, look, man. The Chinese carriers are there to impose doctrine. It's imposing. You see a Chinese carrier or an American carrier off the shore, off your coastline, you're gonna be like, okay. Yeah, I don't feel like it's just like the ISD, man. The Star Destroyer. You see a Star Destroyer floating up on orbit, you're like, yeah, we probably shouldn't piss that thing off. That's all it is. The submarines are the real ones. And you know who knew that more than anybody else? The Soviet Union. Soviet Union didn't bother with aircraft carriers until the late 80s. They didn't bother. All their aircraft carriers were submarine tenders. Seriously. Kiev, the Minsk,
Discovery,
I forget the name of the last one. There's the Kiev, there's the Minsk, there's the Novosibirsk or whatever it's called. All of that is designed to support the Typhoons and the Akulas and the Orals. Couple of really good scenes from Rogue One where the ISD is hovering directly over a city. Yeah, Shrub. And then, yeah, you see what it did? Why did you even bother making the Death Star? What a waste of time. That would be a waste of time. Yeah, the entire Soviet Navy during the Cold War was built around submarines. They didn't want aircraft carriers. They thought they were a target, and it's a funny story about that. The Novorossiysk. Thank you. Spasiba. There's some beautiful Dutch attack subs being dried out to go to the museums. Cool. Hi, did I miss anything in KSP today? No. But yeah, the Ohio class subs. Those are our Typhoon submarines, man. And we have a bunch of them, and they are scary as hell. That thing scares the crap out of me, and it's on my side, you know, like that thing. I mean, just think about the kinetics involved here, okay? That thing is a underwater mobile launch complex that can literally launch. Hang on. What do those subs use now? They're Polaris. I forget what. I want to know what's the payload capacity of the missile, because it knows where it is. It carries a W-58. It's 117 kilograms. Yeah, that has 20. That submarine basically can launch 20 Electron rockets into space. It's a Trident D-52? Yeah, that's right, it is Trident. What can a Trident missile do? Hold on. Like, it's a mobile launch complex that can launch stuff from underwater into space. I mean, there's the whole coming down part, which I'm not really a fan of that part, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, that thing. It's a mobile launch complex that can launch rockets underwater, and what's a Trident 2's payload capacity? It could carry a W-88. That's a 600-pound payload, man. This thing can... That has 20 Electron rockets on it, or 20 rockets with the equivalent payload capacity to Electron. It can move 500 kilos into space 20 times over. That's a pretty cool piece of kit. The whole blow-up part is not cool. I don't like that part. Soviets had some concepts for an ekrenoplane that can carry planes on board. Ekrenoplanes, Kem, are a good idea if you have lakes. Lakes are a good idea for ekrenoplanes. Like, oh, I don't know, the Caspian Sea, for instance. W-88 is a nuke cluster bomb. China stole the design from it. Yeah, when did they not? It has a blast yield of 475 kilotons. Okay. Is it a multiple impact? Hold on. W-88 is a thermonuclear warhead with an estimated yield of 475 kilotons and is small enough to fit on MIRVed missiles. The W-88 was designed at Los Alamos in the 1970s. In 1999, the director of Los Alamos tried to describe it as the most advanced nuclear warhead as of 2014. The latest version is called the W-88 ALT-370. The first production unit is scheduled for December 2019. The Trident II submarine launched ballistic missile can be armed with up to 8 W-88s. Wait, hold on. What's this thing's... It can have 8 of those on there? Oh, God. Hang on. Open up the tubes. That's scary as hell, man. Holy crap, that's scary. Dude, that scares the crap out of me. Oh my gosh. You know why it scares the crap out of me? Because I understand what that thing is doing. That's scary, man. Like... Okay, fellas. That's a rocket. You know how rockets do with salt water. Some crazy mother trucker came up with the idea of launching from underwater, and when they let the missile go, they release compressed air with it. And the rocket floats up to the surface inside of that compressed air pocket. And it gets above the surface and then ignites. Look at when the thing comes out of the water. You see any water falling off of it? No, it's dry. That water coming off of it is just the air pocket. That's scary, man. Who the hell thought of this? That's just... Alright. The thing is freaking dry. I mean, guys, remember, it's a rocket. We know good and well what salt water does to a rocket. So some crazy melon farmer came up with the idea of, you know, oh, we need to be able to launch underwater so they can't see our submarines when we go to launch. That's the problem they had with the Regulus missile, right? You had to surface, and then you had to take the thing out, and then you had to launch it. Took forever. This thing, you just hit a button. Bye-bye. And don't get me wrong, this isn't just American. Every submarine can do this nowadays. But the fact that you have a launch complex that you can launch from underwater and get stuff into space from underneath the surface of the ocean is mind-boggling to me. Could you use a liquid stage underwater? Nah, T-Man. I don't think so. Didn't Robert Truex work on it? I think so, SBR. That maybe. I don't know for sure, but that sounds right. They've been launching a lot of missiles off the coast of the Cape here the last few months. Not quite to space, but yeah. Well, Jim, ICBMs can get into space. They could circularize, but they don't. You know why? Do you know what an ICBM does? An ICBM doesn't... You'd think an ICBM goes across the pond, right? No. An ICBM launches straight up. It just goes straight up and then comes right back down. Do you know why? You ain't gonna hit something coming down at Mach 25. Spoiler alert. So it launches straight up, the Earth rotates around from underneath it, and then comes right back down. It comes right back, straight down, going Mach 25 almost all the way to the surface. And blows up right before the surface, and then just... The nuclear blast gets pointed down. Because it's coming in so fast, the nuclear blast gets pointed down, and it blows up like 1,000 feet off the ground, and then the blast hits whatever. Dude, it's messed up. What about Sea Dragon? It can, well, HIP, it can work, but the Sea Dragon would have been made out of marine grade steel. These are solid rocket boosters. They're aluminum, which is crazy to me. How about a nice game of chess? So, Jim, the ICBM, because it goes up, if you launched it on a regular trajectory, like with a Minotaur rocket, it'll get into space, no problem. Oh yeah, it'll easily get into space. Which is, once again, totally blowing my mind there. Sprint could have hit him. Sprint missiles are cool. It's crazy stuff, man. Cruise missiles are shot from the front tubes. It goes torpedo mode for a bit, and then it goes... Yeah, Louis... I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, you know, I don't like that the engineering is designed to end people's lives, but also at the same time, I can't help but admire it in some way, shape, or form. It's pretty damn cool. Oh, yeah. The cluster nuke. Havocs, yep. A 10-year documentary. Wasn't that cool? Speaking of engineering, why aren't we looking at the shuttle? Doesn't it take a while for salt water to corrode aluminum? Yeah, Lunprod, what about the salt water getting exposed to the grain? Yeah, I know, SBR. Like, I can't help but admire the damn engineering. It's pretty damn cool, even though it's designed to kill people. I mean, 20 launch pad launch complex from underneath the ocean? That's pretty neat. Wouldn't it have a blast plug? Yeah, sure, Max, but I mean, you got to remember that it's an SRB, dude. Like, it still is a rocket. Would you launch a Falcon 9 out of the water? Yeah, 04. I've seen that video. It's cool. Again, how did this get here and so fast? Well, nukes go fast, and we'll pivot, Swishio. This has my Mark 1 Kraken drive in it. Not a bad piece of hardware. That right there, Swishio, is a... Swish, you seen The Expanse? Have you seen The Expanse? Land Falcon 9 back on the submarine. Jim, I like the way you think. It's an Epstein drive from The Expanse. You know how landing gear and Kerbal like to... Well... not Kerbal very well sometimes? Yeah, we harness the Kraken strike phenomenon that happens with landing gear into our propulsion system. And the propulsion system, needless to say, gets a ton of delta V. Look at the speed right now. No. That's not meters a second. That's kilometers a second. We're going 320,000 meters a second. For reference, you need about 4 kilometers a second delta V to get into low Kerbin orbit. You need about 7 or 9 kilometers a second to get into orbit around Earth. This thing had a 1/16 of a tank of gas. What is this capsule? It's a Mark II rover chassis. Yeah, Beast Boy, that's crazy. The cavitation bubble. Dude, I mean, it's cool technology. Like, I don't like that it's used to kill people, but... Yeah, Karate, the interior of the rover chassis is sick, man. Oh. No, I'll be honest with you guys, that's not a glitch. Our altimeter is going berserk because, that. Engage the drive, show the acceleration. Tessa, we're running out of fuel. I might need to turn on Infinifuel here just to show the rest of the thing. Or we could build a better version of this and go up and resupply them once they get to Joule. Yeah, these lines aren't a glitch. Because the Kraken drive has such crazy delta V. Yeah, I can get to Joule in 8 days. I mean, we could go faster if we had a full tank of gas. We accelerated to this much just from here to here. I could accelerate the entire way and probably get us to Joule. Well, not probably. I can get us to Joule in one stream. I literally have sci-fi drives in KSP. And they do consume fuel. You need to spin the drive to get it to stabilize and work correctly because of the physics involved. I broke it down pretty hard yesterday how this whole thing works. But yeah, this is my... If we weren't playing mission mode, this is probably what I would be doing. I would be building more drive cores and just figuring out ways to make Star Destroyers in KSP. Can you make a new one that gets to Joule in 5 minutes? For reference, 320 kilometers a second is 715,821.4 miles an hour. Yeah, we're going pretty fast. Alright, well, Tessa, I guess we could show them. Let me turn on infinite fuel. Alright. So this ship right here that we made, guys, is called the Nautilus. That's what I call it. I thought that was a cool name. Yeah, but that's cool and all, but will it blend? Okay. What do you think about this? I approve, Louisa. Nice. Can it run Doom? No, it could run Crisis, dude. Yes, you can, Fistus. I wouldn't do it right there, though. That wouldn't end well. Alright. Okay. Gyroscopes are configured.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Duel, let's just say that it goes fast, and we'll call it a day. Get the accelerometer up. Okay. And control rods. Do the control rods work? Yep. Control rod actuation is nominal. Target locked. Set target. Sevyanaya. Jeb? Bob? You ready? Okay. Remove the rotor brake. Spin up the drive. Okay. Drive is spun up. Yeah, it's time for hypersleep. Okay, we gotta spin it up a little bit more. You have to make the spinny part, the flywheel. You have to make sure it balances. Okay. Harmonic balancing is nominal. And yes, that's exactly what it does. It is a harmonic balancer. I'm not just making up words. Quantum carburetor. Okay, lower the spin rate. Spin rate's a little too high. Yeah, that spin's too high. Hold on. The torque forces. So the torque force from this needs to cancel out with that. And I know what you're thinking. How the heck is the torque force from that going to cancel out the spinning? Well, okay. Open the control, or close the control rod. My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious stuff. Okay, here we go. Okay, we are at constant 5G acceleration. Drive is engaged. Ramping it up to 6. 6 Gs of acceleration is nominal. Getting slight oscillations from the flywheel. So basically what this does, I have a grip pad that's pushing on landing legs, and when you fully compress the landing legs, the game gets unhappy. But that usually causes spacecraft to explode in KSP. Not here. We managed to figure out a way to have this figure out a way to harness that force in game and use it as propulsion. It's a Kraken drive. It's containing the Kraken. Absolutely. Spin it up to 10. Accelerating to 10. Hold on to your 10G acceleration. I mean 10Ds. Wait. Nope. Lower it down. It doesn't like it today. Come on, Jeb. Bob's like, I feel dizzy. What's our Julian intercept here? Oh, that's not bad. I'm sure, Market, there's probably a forum thread or something where you could go find them. I'll give you a hint for the first one. Just fly north up the coastline from KSC and you'll find it. Yeah, Tessa, the Kraken drive is awesome. Yeah, this is one of the best things we've done in KSP, in my opinion. We've literally made a drive that can go anywhere in the solar system in a week. Anywhere. Last, what's up, Elo? Just got back. What are you attempting? Not attempting, doing. Other than the shuttle. The shuttle is... Yeah, the shuttle is... the shuttle will always have first place in my heart, but in terms of, like, game-changing tech... I like the shuttle because I got the shuttle to work like the real shuttle in KSP. This is something that we wholly engineered based off of meta-gaming Kerbal for the longest time. Okay, what are you doing? What does this thing do? See, it's hard to understand what this thing is doing because there's nothing relative here. Look at the ship's trajectory and look at its speed. And look at the acceleration over there. Yeah, fully compressed landing gear. The best way I can describe it, guys, is that, so the landing gear in Kerbal has springs. It has springs and it has shock absorbers, okay? If you take the shock absorber out of that, all you have is a spring, right? And in real life, if you compress a spring and compress a spring and compress a spring, there's only so much you can compress it, and when you get to full compression, the spring will just be like a slinky, right? You fully compress it, and that's it. You'll hit the bump stop, and then you're done, right? You can't compress it anymore. The spring won't push back. In Kerbal, the spring never stops pushing back. So if you have the front of a spring here and the back of a spring here, and in Kerbal, if you push on the back of that spring, you can get to full compression, and then when you get past full compression, the spring keeps pushing. So right now, what I'm doing is, the bottom of my spring is in front of the top of the spring. And when that happens, Kerbal gets really confused. There's no bump stop on springs, for the long story short. The spring will just keep equally applying force the further you push it away. The further you push the back away of the spring from the front of the spring, more force gets applied. So if I go in here with the drive, right, and we push the drive even more, we push on that landing gear even more, we accelerate more. You can throttle it. It's a throttleable drive. See? Watch. We push more, it applies more. But why does it spin? We opted for a clutch design with this, James, because... Hey, Chris gifted a sub to 04 is cool. We opted for a clutch design with this because it helps seat the landing legs better. Long story short, so if this is the grip pad, right? I have to push against a bunch of landing gear. And they all have same vessel collision on, James, right? So they collide with each other so we can push on the landing legs, right? Before I had to undo it, and I had to push on... like a panel or something with landing gear, not throttleable. When they put robotics in the game, I made it so I could just push the clutch disc against the landing gear, right? Now, the reason why it spins is because I need that clutch disc to basically catch all the landing gear and have each one of the 8 landing gears that it's pushing up against be applying equal force. Now, when you just push against it and it's not spinning, right? Seriously, like if I shut the spinning drive off and I tried to accelerate, the thing would just flip out of control. Well, why is that? Sometimes, like if this is a spring right here, sometimes the spring will seat not perfectly perpendicular to the clutch disc, right? Sometimes it'll bend it, and then your ship will just go up, right? So like all 7 of them will be perfectly aligned, and then the 8th one will be pointing up because it's bent, right? And if you bent the leg, the thing won't accelerate forward, it'll accelerate to the side. It would be like if you had a rocket and you had 9 engines in the first stage and one of the engines was pointed out. The rocket would just do that, right? Kraken drives work on the same principle. I have 8 landing legs and each one of them has to seat properly. If they don't seat properly against the clutch disc, you'll get the thing freaking out. It'll flip out of control, right? So, our idea was to get those things to seat is spin the landing legs. If we spin the landing legs, the centrifugal force of the landing legs spinning will stretch each one of them. And each one of them will always seat correctly against the clutch disc. Yeah, it makes for a more stable drive. And if we're going to spin the landing gear, right? If we're going to spin the landing gear and push up against them, it's going to cause rotational torque. Just like, well, it's going to cause angular momentum, right? It's going to torque it and it's going to rotate. So the idea is that just like a clutch with a real flywheel on a real car engine, I put a flywheel on it in the form of these 2 crew tanks spinning around on rotors. And those 2 crew tanks spinning around on rotors, basically, it's not like a flywheel. It's actually more like a harmonic balancer. They counteract the rotational torque from the drive. You know, and then, you know, I put some lights on it to make it look nice, but you need to spin it to get it to work correctly. And trust me, I have hours and hours and hours, and chat has a lot of, I mean, Tessa and S-Master helped me work on this design the most. We have hours and hours and hours of research into this design. This is the best way to do it that we figured out. And then I stopped working on it because we played career mode. Yeah, like a contra-rotating helicopter. Pretty much, yep. It has a harmonica too. Yeah, Jeb's playing it. Bob's passed out. Chris gifted a sub to James. Thank you. Yeah, Solar. Bob's just sleeping. He sleeps. He's passed out with his eyes open though. That's not a glitch. We are increasing altitude. Yeah, 341,000 kilometers a second. Hey, Bob, welcome back. Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, this drive is moving around a 33-ton ship, no problem. And this is using the smallest landing legs, smallest grip pad, and you have to overclock the hydraulic cylinder for it to push correctly. It's putting out 2.7 meganewtons on the control rod actuator. You needed to overclock it. It's the only way for it to work. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, the Nautilus is cool, man. It's a cool design. Couldn't move moons or planets, Karate. Honestly, this is where the meta stops, dude. This is where the meta for the Kraken drive stops. I don't know. I don't know what it could do. Couldn't tell you. How would she return to Kerbin? Flip and burn. T-Man, you ever seen The Expanse? Seriously, flip and burn, dude. Giant K drive in the Donager. Pretty cool, huh? So this thing is on, I have an alarm clock set. This thing is basically on track. We've only been accelerating for this amount of time away from Kerbin. And we're on track to get to Joule in about 8 days. So about 48 hours. If I just let this go, in 48 hours, in real time, it'll be at Joule. Yeah, Gold Dude, it's an Epstein drive. It's an Epstein drive. Very high acceleration, or decent acceleration over a very long period of time, and it's extraordinarily efficient. The only bottleneck to this design is the liquid fuel. The liquid fuel is a consumable from the fuel cell, and the fuel cell needs to power the rotors that spin this thing. That's it. So it does, by that measurement, we can figure out its total delta V. We could. Because we have a consumable. Basically, we'd need to figure out how much, like, how far 1 unit of fuel will get us. Yeah, I mean, this thing has millions of meter a second delta V. Seriously. A stupid amount of RTGs. That could fix it too, but that's expensive. Admiral, I purposely used fuel cells on this and not solar panels or anything. I didn't want to use solars because if this thing's going out to ELU, there's no way the solar panels could sustain the drive. The fuel cell can sustain the drive pretty much anywhere. We could have solar panels on it for coasting, I suppose. Where are you going? What's the trajectory? I didn't use RTGs because RTGs are expensive. Okay, anyway, they'll get out there in good time. Well, 95, like I said, just because we have millions of meters a second delta V doesn't mean that we aren't susceptible to orbital mechanics. It's just orbital mechanics to the Nautilus is about as susceptible as the tides are to a speedboat. You're in a speedboat, tides going in and out don't matter. If you're in a sailboat, tides going in and out very much matters, right? Yeah. Peck, what Lava said is correct. What is that? Oh, that was an AT-AT. This is one of the new ports in 1.1.12. You installed BD Armory? No. Fireworks launcher. Yeah, this is the stock game, guys. They added more launch sites. Put less powder behind the shells. Bullets are going right through. We're not penning. Still not penning. Adjust. There we go. We got a hit. Yeah, you can overclock the muzzle velocity on the firework and make a gun. I'm never gonna use this. I just wanted to see if it could be done, and it can be done. Rapid fire? Okay. It's so loud. We didn't penetrate the armor. I love how they ricochet. The fireworks ricochet off things. Just, dude, that's what real bullets do. You know, for not making a gun, they made a pretty good gun. Could you do a big warship? Sure. Oh, went right through the wings. Didn't even register. Check this out, though. Here, let me... This could be used for debris removal. We're overpenning, sir! Wait, seriously. Kerbal won't understand because of the physics tick. If the firework is going too fast, it'll go right through. Bullets do that in real life, which is, it's kind of inadvertent, but that's how that works. If you fire you have to have the right round for the right application. Like, if you shoot, like, a handgun at a tank, it ain't doing anything. But if you shoot a battleship gun at a tank, it's going to go right through it and come out the other side and keep going. You don't need that. You know what I mean? They do that with the Iowa's guns. The Iowa battleships, guns. They, depending on how far and how fast they want that shell to go, they have powder kegs, right? And if you want that shell to go further, you put more powder kegs behind the round. It's kind of inadvertent, but it does work. Here, check it out. It looks like AAA. Ready? Change the fuse. They're flying at higher altitude. Set the fuses. Starling train. I actually don't know if you could find the delta V of it that easily. You'd have to get real creative finding the specific impulse since it doesn't have any propellant being expelled. It's just the fuel consumption rates of the fuel cell Novus for the most part. Yeah. ISP is usually found using the exhaust velocity. Is it, but Novus, is it using the exhaust velocity at full power? Like, now make a battleship with 50 of these? No. EJC was for the win. I mean, I assume, Novus, that, you know, you derive that information from the exhaust velocity at full throttle, right? Yeah, I think typically Prop isn't your forte. That's an I2 question. Yeah, where's he been lately? Has anybody seen Rocket Guy around? He's probably knee deep in some project or something. Just haven't seen him in a little bit. The drum underneath the barrel. It's, yeah, Alex, I know. Indeed. Do you know what the cool thing is? Check this out. If I put more powder behind the rounds, right? Watch, there's kickback. Noise is so annoying.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There is recoil, Havocs, yeah. Fadiga, keep up the good work. Thank you. Can you use it as propulsion in space? Well, if it's susceptible to Newton's third law, I don't see why you couldn't. If your exhaust velocity is different for differential throttle, you have variable ISP. You might be able to turn it down a notch in the settings. I don't know which one of these it would be. I think maybe spacecraft? Here, let's turn that down and see what it does. Yeah. Nope. I don't know which one it's under. Can you somehow launch a Kerbal with the cannon? Nah. I don't think so. What does clocking the launch velocity to negative do? I haven't tested that, Benno, and frankly, I'm kind of scared to do that. Yeah, somebody pointed out yesterday that we have a flight termination system. You want a good flight termination system? Have one of these things shoot a projectile into one of your fuel tanks to blow the rocket up. Can we make an A-10? Nah. What happens to a tank when it gets hit by a 16-inch round? Yeah, no tank left. Alright. So yeah, couple of cool features. We shot at the AT-AT and that was the end of that. Anyway. Also the Cove launch site, yeah. What I'm thinking about doing is putting docks in here. Just like we had the docks at KSC in engineering mode, in this engineering mode save, I have the dock over there. See that? I made a key, basically. And we should be able to just place them down. We could place like 4 or 5 of them right here and have a harbor. It would be a lot of parts, but we could do it. And then there's other launch sites to be discovered as well, which is cool. This is only one. They added 3 more. There's 3 more launch sites. So Kerbal now has KSC, Desert, Woomera, Island, there's Cove, and then there's 3 more. You gotta go find them. I'm sure I know where they are. I saw all of them yesterday. I'm sure there's a forum post. If you want to go figure out where they are, you could probably do it real quick, or you could go do it the fun way and explore. If you don't have time for that, yeah, they're around. You can find them. You're heading to one right now, Thomas? Nice. Island is in the island with the abandoned airfield? Yeah, you can launch from there. Alright, anyway. What's your view on the recent final update to KSP 1, Shepard? Gonna need some tea for that harbor. I agree. Steven, I didn't I don't think there's any runways, no. Man, I really did a number on the AT-AT. Alright, so what I'm going to do for the rest of the early hours, and we're doing some early hours KSP because, yeah, it's fun. I want to take this time while we're messing around with 112 to show all the crazy stuff that we do in engineering mode. And I kind of want to take another stab at making tank treads. Just because. I did it before. Man, there's a lot of debris over there. Hey, Isaac, what's going on? I didn't say tanks. I just want tank treads, guys. Sorry. No. Crawler transport. Like, kind of like that. That's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering, so the last time we made treads, I had to make them a separate vehicle and they had to decouple. I'm wondering... You're having fun with gravity assists right now. Just did a Kerbin to Eve again to Jewel. Nice. Mighty Serpent 1 has been refueled, still waiting for it to head to the locks. Oh, dudes, there's a bit of space news that I thought... Thomas, I don't know if you saw this. You guys got to see this space news. I saw this on my feed this morning. No, not... Check that out. We'll talk more about that later. We'll talk more about that later. Oh yeah. Oh, we will talk more about that later. Anyway. Alright. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Hey Funky, what's going on? Boldy, you do assume Thomas hasn't seen a piece of space news. Yep. Till I raced it, I didn't realize how long the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans is, Panta? Yeah, it's like 3 miles long. Hellfish, yep. Yep, I'm with you on that one. Here. I forget what I named the tracked vehicle. It's like Jeff or something. Alright, Steven. Drive safe, buddy. Yeah, Thomas, I saw it pop up too, and I'm like, That doesn't suck. I'm trying to look around and see where the last tracked vehicle was that I made. I forget what I called it. It was like Jeff or Fred or... No, I know what I called it. I remember now. Ah, I remember you now. The so-called art dealer. Is it bad if I search faster than the search bar? Okay, I can't go that fast. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dino. Folders. Oh, yeah. So. Derek. We meet again. So, this is Derek. Derek is, well, let me show you. Jack09, what's up, dude? This wouldn't be a problem if you didn't. It's 540, Penta. Okay. What if we gave it a Kraken drive? Kraken drives don't work on the surface, oddly enough, Azanku. So this was my original attempt at making this Swishio. I could probably do it better nowadays. Nope. Yeah, that doesn't work very well. All right. Oh, okay, Chris, thank you. And thank you for all the subs, man. I do appreciate it. So Derek I had to separate the entire tread mechanism, right? I had to separate the entire tread mechanism, make them two separate vehicles, and then the drive wheels worked. And then I had a tensioner, and then we had idler pulleys everywhere. I wonder if we can... Do you think there's a way we could get it so the track is... We can get the track to be the same vehicle? The hinges were locked out. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, yeah. At least some of them. How would we give it a differential drive? Individual hub power Hazanku would probably be the right way to do this. Just individual rotors for each tread and then control each rotor. I think that's what I'm going to mess with for before hours today. We got about an hour before we have to start Space News. So let's mess with this. So what I used is panels here. Okay. Okay. I was thinking helicopter, but upside down. Oh, yeah, maybe. All right, here. Let me look at some reference here. I need to look at the trucks on the CT. How do those things work? Magnets.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Jacko, it just works. So these things, I believe, use a worm gear. There's a gigantic worm gear attached to an electric motor to reduce the... To reduce it so the tank treads don't move very well. Now, dude, I have no idea how we're going to make a worm gear. I don't think that's possible in KSP. With Kraken Tech, I don't think that's doable. We could just use rotors at low RPMs and call it a day. Yeah, see. Electric motor attached to a worm gear, and that worm gear, and then there's a gear on here, and the worm gear turns the drive wheel. Okay. Yeah, it's two locomotives. It's two diesel locomotives. Well, yeah, Alco 216s. Yep. Okay. Wow, all these 39A diagrams. Pretty cool. All right, so let's try to just build one of these things. You can use the round grip pads for wheels to make an ATV. Yeah. Oh, perfect. There it is. Louisa, look. Here we go. What time is space news? In about an hour, Dino. Wait, what pod was that? That's a Mark II lander duel. Go open up the Mark II lander, and if it looks circular, right click on it in the part action window and change the variant, and you can get the box one. The box one is really cool. It's like it's a rover cab, which is really neat. Okay, so we got to build a chassis, and then we got to build a tread. These look like lattice crawler crane trucks, guys. This looks like a big Chungus truck. To be honest, it looks like the crawler transporter is nothing more. And I say this like it's some, oh, well, you know, like it's so simple, right? This looks like 4 lattice crane crawlers with a huge space frame on top. So I think if we start with just one of the trucks, which are these things down here, Legos, which are those things, I think we should be, oh, cool. What the heck is this? What is this from? Manned flyback booster. The S4B derived stage would be equipped with an array of solid rocket boosters for maximum thrust and maximum complicatedness. Spare me, Savvy. Spare me. Alright, we'll just go over here. No, where's the Viki page? There we go. I'll save that one for another day. Alright. And then yeah, there's 4 hydraulics. Okay, cool. Let's go over here and we'll make Derek number 2. So I want to try to, just for fun, I want to try to make a try to make tank treads. Maybe we shouldn't use that as root. Actually, you know what? That'll be good. Okay, I see. So I just want to put a marker on this to mark the front so I can get orientation with this better. That's just temporary. This is not going to stay there. This side is the front. Okay. Oh, I only put Derek. Yeah, markers, it's fine. Derek 1 will be the first attempt, and Derek will be the second attempt. I have enough craft files in here, we'll just leave it. As long as it didn't overwrite anything, we're good. Okay, so now this thing is pointed straight up. Alright, cool. We'll build this way. Derek's American cousin. Yeah, right. You know what? I'll use a nose cone. It's a little more intuitive to understand that that's... The nose cone here I'm putting for orientation, so I know, because it's hard to tell which is the front and which is the back of this, right? So, we'll go in here like that. There we go. Now... How are we gonna make the treads one vehicle? How is that gonna work? Don't say magnets, please. Magnets, okay. Okay, but can I type magnets? Yeah, that's fine. Hydrocoptic Marsal veins, yeah, okay. Should have been Michael and Pikel. I agreed. Oh, look at me. They just gave up on me, Hungry Hulk. They just said, oh, screw it. We have another one. We'll just name him Pikel. Whatever. They didn't even try. Just name me Pikel, damn it. Did you see the new episode, Hulk? Really good. Funny as hell. I'm Mr. Nimbus. I'm Mr. Nimbus. I control the police. I'm Mr. Nimbus. I am Mr. Nimbus. He's Mr. Nimbus, Summer. Controls the police. Come here. Arrest this man. Rip cables in 112, though. I could do it. It's fine, Swishio. Yeah, I agree, Ark. It was pretty funny. I am Mr. Nimbus. What are the biggest changes in this update? They redid all the docking ports, Big Body, and they added new solar panels and stuff, man. Pretty freaking cool. Alright, so we have our chassis right there. And then we need room for 4 hydraulics. Okay, I have room for 4 of these things, I think. But once again, that's not something that we're going to be working on just yet. But we're going to need the hydraulics here for, yeah, we'll need the hydraulics here. Let's just leave it at that. Okay. If you can't put a lot of hinges on a rotor, can't you put a lot of hinges on a rotor and use a cow controller to move them so it looks like a track moving, but it's just simply hinges on one rotor? Well, okay, here's what I'm thinking with the treads, okay? So the Crawler Transport's treads have 2 drive gears, right? And then it goes up like this, and then it goes down like that. You're going to need what's called idler pulleys up here, and then more idler pulleys down here, right? These idler wheels are basically what an idler pulley does on a car or on a tank. Cars have idler pulleys too for the serpentine belt. What they basically do is it's just something that keeps tension. You got to keep tension on the tread, or else the tread won't work. Because here you have, you know, a drive gear right here, and it should be right there, right? Obviously. And the tensioners keep it so the treads mesh with the drive gears, right? Speaking of redoing docking ports, doesn't that kind of screw your reusable aspect if you can't auto-strut through them, or did you find a workaround? Hungry Hulk, Kerbal Construction could be the workaround for that, but guys, I'll just... It's not going to be a thing in the next patch. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. No, I kind of weighed in a little bit yesterday, and I don't feel good about it, but, you know, considering this is the last patch, I'm going to use my I think the game should do this card, and I played that card. Yeah, don't worry. They'll add an option to lock the docking ports so you can auto strut to it. I have that on pretty good authority that they're gonna do that. Yeah. Don't worry about it borking your designs. Sorry, not seriously. Sorry, yeah, they or not sorry, seriously, yeah, they'll fix it. Yeah, yeah, 1.1, the 1.12.2 patch or the .1, the hot fix, they'll fix it. The idler pulleys for the treads have suspension, right? That's correct, Benno. Yeah. But yeah, don't worry, guys. Yeah, I talked with some folks last night. Yeah, yeah, they got you. All right, so let's go back over here. So we need to make. How are we gonna do this with one vehicle? So now we could use same vessel, right? Same vessel could be used on the treads, and we could use that to get the gears to mesh, okay? And then, yeah, typically these idler pulleys are on some kind of suspension, right? We could put them on torsion if we wanted to. That could work as well. And then these idler pulleys are on some kind of control arm here and here, right? And these ones want to push up, and those ones want to push down to keep the tread nice and tight. But now, before I had to decouple the entire tread. Right? What if we had... What if I had like a hydraulic in the center here, and the hydraulic was on a rotor, and the hydraulic could, the hydraulic is... So, like, there's a rotor here, and the rotor spins, and the hydraulic could be attached here, and it could be an unpowered hydraulic, right? And it could be attached to the tank treads, and it's the telescoping one, right? So when it gets up here, it'll compress, right? And then it'll just basically compress and decompress around it. That could work, right? It'll end up looking like a steam engine, right? It'll look like it's a reciprocating external combustion engine, but I think that could work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we could have a couple of them, drummer. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. All right, so we need to make the structure, and then I also need to make the mounting point for the center rotor. The center rotor, this will not be a drive rotor, so it can just be free floating. Not motorized. Right? You said that about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, 62. I was getting to it. That was my idea as well. Yeah, I saw you say it. Somebody asked a question about the auto strut stuff, but I saw what you said, and you and somebody else said it too, right? Yeah, that's the right move, I think, dude, right? So we want to take, like, give me this right here. And then this is basically going to denote how tall this thing is going to be. Finally, a KSP streamer. Elkney KSP streamer. Yeah, dude, I've been streaming KSP almost every day since 2012. Yeah, you want a dedicated Kerbal streamer, I got about a decade of KSP streaming under my belt. 9 years, if you want to be technical. 9 years in December, so it's like 8.5 right now, if you really want to be technical. But yeah, I love KSP. It's my life. Love using it to teach people about space. But yeah, you want a good KSP streamer? What I like to do is really pick apart KSP and make it tick. Yeah, I always try to do a project that pushes the boundaries. So this stream is a lot of engineering. I do a lot of engineering to make sure that my stuff doesn't explode on the first flight, and sometimes it still does. Dude, I literally haven't found a single person. Wow. Oh my gosh, I love you already. Elk, what I'm trying to do right now, and this is my screw around save. I have an engineering save, and then I have my mission mode save. Dude, if you like what I'm doing here, something tells me you like mission mode. Mission mode is fun. Chat votes on the direction of the space program, and they fund me. But it's also a career mode save. So I have to manage my funds, and chat tells me what kind of spacecrafts to design. I'm the chief engineer, chat's the board of directors. Yeah, mission mode is hardcore. No reverting, no quick saving, And you have to build the launch pad for any vehicle that you launch. And you got gifted a sub. So you like KSP, I will feed you a steady diet of KSP and for a long time, and have been doing that for all these folks in here for the past 10 years. I like saying 10, it's 8.5. Alright, anyway, let's get back to this, guys. It's a board of directors. Yeah, it is a democracy, Elkney. And there's deadlines. Chat tells me how long. And they can vote in polls on my website. Yeah, so it's an interactive space program. It's very difficult, and I fail a lot. But I like the challenge. Hokey gifted a sub to 62, 65, 6E. There we go. Alright, anyway. So, same they only put EJ in the video and not EJSA. Yeah, it's fine. I told them to do that, drummer. They asked me, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so we need to... So this thing will rotate, right? And what's the maximum rotation here for this? This will basically denote the size of the treads. So the tread idler pulley needs to be up here, right? So let me mark it out. I'll mark it out with an I-beam so it's easier to see. So that's where the tread needs to be on top, right? And then we can rotate this around like this. And then this is where the tread needs to be on the bottom, right? That's going to be where the ground is, and that's perfect because it fits underneath my other hydraulics. Okay. Cool. Now, where's the front going to be? So let's rotate this. What's our maximum extension here? That's basically as far as it'll go, right there. So what I'll do is I'll use another I-beam here, and that's basically where our front idler wheel is going to have to be. So I'll mark out where the front drive wheels should go. I'll use just temporarily, I'll use one of these. I'll use the octag. Thanks, drummer. Okay, so that's where the front idler needs to be. Right? Because, yeah, this will rotate and then it'll compress back down as it's rotating up, and then it'll extend over there again. So I just have to make sure it's identical. Identical. About 2 hours ago, Elk. I had early access to it yesterday. I was hanging out. The developers are hanging out in here. Pretty fun, man. Love those guys. Com check. See this? See any of my previous's? What's up, Bobby? Do I see any of your previous? No, I don't. Hang on a second, man. If you didn't tag me, I'm looking for tags, dude. If you didn't tag me, I didn't see it. But yeah, Bobby, it's a long time no see, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The last thing that my log is picking up is from yesterday. Huh. Never mind, I had my VPN on and it snipes my messages. Got it. Cool, cool. Hey, Funky Punk. 14-month resub. Did the Stampatrons make it into the 1.12 release? Yeah, hot fix, Savvy. They had a problem. They had a problem with them. And I have this from Umo Capra, the community manager. They had a problem with them during testing, and they took them out of the game, and they developed a fix. They have the fix. It's already been fixed, to be honest with you. The thing's already been... It's not even a problem anymore, because I already figured it out. No. I understand the policy. The problem is that just I forgot. No. They have a fix for them, but they couldn't push it to the build in time. That's all. Oh man, I dropped like the best one-liners, like seriously weapons grade. Oh, alright. Yeah, that's right from Uomo, who is the community manager. Really, really cool dude. Nice guy. I noticed that we weren't measuring directly off center of this thing. Give me 1 second. I need to change this a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so give me maximum extension. Let me just make sure. I'm trying to make tank treads, guys, and I'm trying to make tank treads that's all one vehicle. It's not going to be easy, but with the grip pads, it actually shouldn't be the most complicated thing around. Yeah, we weren't centered. Good to know. So, like, if I put this here and I go, yeah, okay, we weren't centered. Did you see the new KSP video? Yeah, Orbit. I'm in it. Dude. Yeah, man. Iron, no part of 112, to be honest with you. I'm in it. The delivering pizzas guy, that's me. The most complicated thing will probably be the suspension. Yeah. No, Iron, hi, by the way. I'm in it. The shots of me and the thing are from the mission control. I was delivering pizzas for Kerbal. Yeah. Okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Orbit. Well, Orbit's like, nope, subbing now. Jeez. Thanks, man. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. It's called KSP effect. Yep. That was me, man. I did that interview with them about a month ago. It's a great video. I love it. You know, I've been here for... I haven't been here for the full 10 years, but I've been here for most of it. What can I say? I'm stubborn, and I'm annoying, and I don't go away. And somehow... you guys put up with that. I am Swishio. No, John. I was thinking crawler transporter. Usually feels bad. I don't like bragging, dude. Yeah, look, bragging is a waste of energy. I'm serious. It's a waste of energy. I don't waste my time doing that. The time I would use for bragging about whatever I could be using, I could use that energy to be better at KSP. That's how I look at things. Yeah, I don't like giving myself credit. I don't do that. It's annoying and it wastes time. With that being said, it's cool to see.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Blue Shorts, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. I was thinking a firework delivery device. Well, the technology will have some overlap. I think the tech will have some overlap, John. Okay. I don't like how high the idler is going to ride here. is there any way that I could get this to be... Like, what happens if I take this and we put this, like, right here? It'll screw the throw on the piston pretty badly. Let me think. Where would I want the top of the tread to be? Let's say I want the top of the tread to be right there. Can we still reach all the other points with this?
Discovery, go at throttle.
A friend bought me this game and he didn't think I would put 140 hours into the first week of playing it. Orbit, Kerbal is addicting and it's awesome. And it's so freaking fun. I love this game, man. It's like, Kerbal's like playing with Legos, only you can actually fly your Legos into space, man. I don't know about you, when I was younger, all I did was build Lego spaceships. So what I'm doing here is, for the design that I think we want here, I need to kind of outline where I want the treads to go. Yep, that'll work. What are you making? Tank treads, Orbit. I want to see if I can make the crawler transporter. NASA's crawler. This thing down here. See that? I've been wanting to try and tackle tank treads for a little while, and you know, showcasing 112 yesterday kind of brought us back into my R&D save, which I haven't played in a little while, and yeah, I want to mess with it. I'm doing it for early hours, and then we're gonna play my other career mode save in a little bit. Pick you, 5-month resub. Wow, you're insane. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so it seems like. All right. Can you build half a machine and use it to duplicate it? I'm duplicating over the longitudinal axis right now, Zonflux. Yeah, this tread thing that is over here as well. See? Yeah, of course you can. I'm not that good. I just make ridiculous rockets and make them work. Oh, yeah, Orbit. That's cool. That's cool. That's a fun way to play KSP. I like getting into nitty-gritty engineering and doing a lot of fun, crazy stuff with mechanics. I built anything from space shuttles to Falcon 9s. I mean, any rocket. Saturn 5s, yeah, made those. And then I make other things too. I have my own designs. Revisit the Hawking Drive tomorrow? For early hours, Wookie, if you wanted to, sure. They're voting on the deadlines right now, Crafter. But we're only going to do this for early hours today. To get this in the dimensions that I want, guys, I might need to... I might need to use a double cylinder, like what we do with the crane. I'm trying to design my own space station right now. Cool. I have a hard time thinking about what you want. Well, think about why you want to make the space station. What is it designed to do? All right. Ideally, where would I want these treads to be? Now the treads need to be there because of the hydraulics. We know that. And let's make the hydraulics there. And then we have to put them below these because those hydraulics are going to be there for another reason. Shh. This is going to be our fun project. We're having fun. All right. So I really want these things to be like out here. Something like that. Yeah, somewhere like that. So let me rotate this, and then let me see how far the throw is. Yeah, see, we just needed a little bit more throw. 240 and 55. So that's 295. 1475. Cool. And then to make sure that the tread won't slip off the track, I'll set this to basically 146 on both of these. So what I'm trying to do is, before, in previous designs where we've made treads, what you had to do was separate the treads and have the treads be a separate vehicle and then have them move around. But I'm thinking about a way that we can make this work without that. I'll basically have the treads connected on these hydraulic cylinders, and then as the tread moves around, right? As it moves around on the tracks, these cylinders will rotate and they'll be free floating, they won't be powered, and they'll just compress and decompress. Right? I think that's a good idea. I think that'll work. And what I'm doing is I'm using I-beams to kind of mark this all out. Is it possible to make Canadarm? Very. Yeah, of course it is. You can make almost anything with the robotics, as long as you put your mind to it. Do your homework, do your research, figure out how the real one works, and then go from there. That's what I do. Perfect. And now I can lower that. Excellent. Perfect. That's much better. You can make Flappy Bird. I still can't believe Gordon did that, KTR. I still cannot believe that Gordon made Flappy Bird with Cal controllers. I am just beyond impressed. That's a YouTube channel called Gordon's Workshop. I don't know that guy, but yeah, that's probably one of the gnarliest things, if not the most gnarly thing I've seen anybody do in KSP ever. Yeah, here, YouTube channel called Gordon's Workshop. He made Flappy Bird by programming Cal controllers in KSP. He also makes like railroads and stuff. Yeah, he makes train cars and makes them all work and whatnot. This was the last video he showed. Can't play it. Can't play the music. Yeah, see? He used custom flags for the textures. He's nuts. Absolutely insane. Как это работает? Yeah, here. I'll link up the channel. How many subs does Gordon have? Oh, I have no idea. 42,000 subs. Like I said, that is... Go check the video out. I linked it in chat. That is by far the coolest thing I've ever seen anyone do in KSP. By a long shot. That is insane. The amount of time it would have taken... The amount of time it takes to make something like that is unreal. It's that... I mean, I'm sorry, that's cooler than anything I've ever done. I don't have any qualms saying that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Alright, so I'm coming up with data points here for where I want each one of the gears to be on the treads. There it is. Perfect. Okay, we got it. Perfect. Now I don't need the gas tank there, but we will need the hydraulic cylinders. And what I'll do is for better hierarchy performance, there. Okay, and then we'll have the treads start right here, and then we'll make the treads. So now, what do we want to use for our drive gears? I only have these things. I probably should have made more room for a bigger rotor wheel, but that's okay. Once again, the I-beams and these things here are just to map out, they're just to map out where each one of these things are. And it looks like the drive wheels are bigger than the idler wheels down there. So yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay. And then they have, those idler wheels certainly look like tank treads. Cool. All right. Well, that's fine. How many wheels are in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then a bunch of idler pulleys on top. Got it. Yeah, Bobby, it's nice, isn't it? I was just thinking, I wonder where we would all be if Squall told Harvester to no to making KSP. Harvester would have left. He would have left and KSP would have happened anyway. But it probably would have taken a lot longer to make demo, and it probably wouldn't have been as... Probably wouldn't have had Squad's marketing team behind it, which would have been a problem. Yeah, we probably... And they probably wouldn't have found Steam early... Well, maybe... I don't know, maybe. Not having the dollars behind, you know... Because Squad's an advertising company. That's what they are. They're not a gaming company. They're an advertising company. And that's not the... I'm not saying that as a demerit or anything. You know, they just decided they wanted to make video games. That's pretty damn cool. I don't think that they would have... Felipe would have had the resources to make Kerbal what it is today. He wouldn't have been able to bring, you know, C7 and Moo on board. And if that doesn't happen, then... Oh, jeez. I mean, if Dan Rosas doesn't get in there and do the animations, and C7 doesn't get in there and make the SPH, it would be... Kerbal definitely wouldn't have been as big as it was. Yeah, that's for sure. Alright, so these wheels are gonna need to be the bigger wheels right here. They're gonna need to be bigger rotors. Is that the biggest rotor that we have? I think it is. So BN3 Booster 3 won't have the hot gas RCS. The ones that are on the barrel now will be removed. Okay. A little strange. A little sus, but alright. One of the first things I made when they added robotics. Let me see, Raid. Oh, that's so cool, man. The treads are separate vehicles, though, right? Yeah, they are. Did you catch the KSP Effect video? Really made me think. Yeah, I did. I'm in it. Of course I caught it. I don't... Why do people keep asking me this? I'm in it. Do I look that different without the mullet? Jesus. I don't know if... I guess I'm an afterthought, Krasnu. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I was just wondering if you saw the final cut. I hadn't seen the final cut until I watched it today, demo. I knew about it, though. Let me just put it to you like that. Remember a little while back when I said I was working on other projects? Well, there you go. I didn't contribute that much to that one, but that was one of the other projects that I couldn't tell you about. You look more orange now, too. It's because I've been making out with the SLS core stage. Sorry, some of the orange rubbed off on me. That's what I was doing during vacation. Just... Have you hugged your rocket today? I can actually say that I've hugged a rocket motor. Can you say that? Can you say that? I don't think so. I did that in a separate interview demo, but it wasn't anything that I haven't said on stream before, but yeah. You can use round grip pads for the road wheels. That's what Luizo was saying, Raid, yeah. Wait a minute, who are you? Keep that smut out of here. Alright, sorry, Grub. Okay. Yeah, Jim, it's true. Hey, Rain. What grand adventure it has been, huh? Yeah. Can you believe it's been this long? Should have missed having worked on KSP. I mean, Rain, it seems like it was yesterday. Like, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago that we, you know, we popped in on a Skype call and we were just sitting there shooting the crap, dude. Feels like we've been friends for a lot longer than that. Life is weird, you know? That Skype call, so, okay, guys, a little backstory. Rain in chat used to be Squad's old community manager, right? And I was streaming one day, and she caught my stream and was like, oh, yeah, we got to retweet it. Promptly retweeted the stream and told everybody on the forums about my stream. This was back in, like, early 2013. And that's what gave me my, like, bump. That's what started this. That's what got the stream to go from like 15 viewers a night to like 150 a night. Right place, right time, I guess. And Raid and I immediately jumped in on a conversation, and it turns out, you know, we like the same things. We like cars, we like airplanes, we like rocket ships, and yeah, feels like we'd been friends for a really long time. Peculiar as that sounds. Oh, you got gifted a sub. Yeah. Yeah, that's what got the stream big. And I've been growing that plant ever since. I thought all the streamers got their start on KSP TV. Mayor, I predate KSP TV by about 2 years. I'm telling you, I'm ancient in internet years. Yeah, Rain, likewise. Thank you. All right, let's go. Alright. You're also ancient in Earth years. Yeah, but on the internet stuff moves so fast, Solar. It's like dog years. I measure how long, like, how long streamers last can be measured and should be measured in dog years because information moves so quickly on the internet, dude. I can't believe I've lasted this long. I was on Twitch when it was just in TV. I mean, look at how old my account is, guys. My account's 10 years old at this point. Well, no, November, I think, for the account. I forget. Listening to Tori's interview with Aviation Week, he said the GAO never contacted ULA or Blue Origin. I mean, Phil, it's kind of the reason why I don't read GAO reports anymore. I don't... Remember how we used to go through them on stream? I don't read GAO reports anymore because they make stuff up. Like, I don't know how to say that any better. And that's kind of troubling, dude, if the Government Accountability Office is basing their findings on nothing. It's kind of weird. Hey, Bree. What are you doing? No, stop. What is this?
I've got a label maker.
You got a label maker?
I got a label maker.
I don't need a name tag. My name tag's already on the page.
Nobody knows who you are from your YouTube videos, so...
Oh, Jesus. Wake up, Alt. Alright. Alright. Cool. VSR3 is my guy, Badger. Just saying. All right, so sorry. Yeah. Anyway, Rain. Yeah, it's been a crazy ride. Fun. Reality is leaking. Comes in here, messes up my green screen. Doesn't even apologize. What you're breaking? Building tank treads. All right, so this is gonna need to be right here, and then this is gonna need to be up here like this, and then yeah, right. Actually, right there is good. That's where this should be. Because that means this is the rotating part of the rotor. This is going to be the drive mechanism. This is the rotating part. And yeah, the tread is basically going to be right here. I'm going to make it out of grip pads. I don't know. I'm not really a fan of assigning labels. You know, putting labels on people. That's a pretty mean thing to do, Brimo. It is 2021 after all. And then I'll put my markers in line right here. Assigning labels to people is a form of systematic oppression, Brimo. Just saying. Help, help, come see the violence inherited in the system. Help, help, I'm being oppressed. A 5-ounce bed cannot carry a 1-pan coconut. See, there's that whole labels thing, and then there's me. You can label me however you want. Thing is, you're probably confusing me with someone that gives a frick. I don't care. I don't. I'll pick my nose right on stream. I don't give a crap. Don't bother me. Now I can breathe. You're probably confusing me with someone that gives a crap. Alright, anyway, back to work. Nerd! Will you eat it? No, I won't do that. That's pretty gross. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Hey, Sniper. What's going on, buddy? 54-month resub. Happy 112 day. Long live KSP and its sequels. I agree. Alright. I think I got my points of rotation here. I'm pretty sure we have that figured out. Yeah, the tread's gonna go up over here, it's gonna go down, it's gonna go around. Onwards towards the next grand adventure. Yeah. The RPM limit on these should stay at like maybe 5. Really, yeah, we don't need a lot of RPM from these things. Even 5 might be a little much. Can we make it any less? Can we go to like 1 revolution per minute? Nope. 2? Nope. 3? 5. Okay, 5 it is. Sounds good, man. That's right, Creeper. I'm trying to figure out a way to make a treaded vehicle, a tracked vehicle, and make it one craft. So a vehicle where you don't have to separate the treads. I think I got an idea. All right, so we need to center this design around grip pads, right? The grip pads can be used as the treads. Now, what are the grip pads that we have? Hey, Chief! 33-month resub. I'm glad I'm getting older along with you. Right on, man. Thank you. That could be used. We could use that. We could use... This is what I used on Derek. That's a little bit big. And then we have this one right here. Yeah. And then we have the small grip strip. Small grip strip probably would be the right one. But the problem with the small grip pad is that the part count's gonna soar through the roof. You like that? Yeah, the drifting trucks, Merkers. Deja vu. I've just been copyright strike before. They found something that broke it, Rain, and they needed to fix it. That's all. I don't want to know how many of these things I would need to make a full tread. Raid, what did you make your treads out of, dude? Like I said, the last time I made treads, we used this. There's gonna be a hot fix, Grab Shark. Yeah, that's not a secret. You know. Would you eat a piece of cookie that you had to dig out from between your teeth? No. Bobby, as I get older, I hate it when stuff gets stuck in my teeth, dude. That's why I'm constantly drinking water and swishing it around, dude. Dude, it never used to bother me when I was younger, but now I can't stand it. I've used decouplers. Back then, we didn't have grip pads. Got it. Probably like 200 per tread. Yeah, Hokey. I mean, yeah. I know what you mean. I had to get a crown, dude. And after that, I'm like... Yeah. After that, you just started you start noticing, and I'm like, nah, hell no. Hell no. What are you building now? Tank treads. Alright, so... Yeah, I think we'll just use the small grip pads would be too much. These would be fine. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. What do grip pads do? They're basically whatever the grip pad touches on the side that has the that has this texture on it, it will stick to it. It's like sticky tape. Okay, so how are we gonna do that? Alright. And what hinges do we need? We don't need hinges that are incredibly strong. Just need something that's going to hold it together and that'll work under tension. So this will be fine. Sticky Taki. I think that's how you say it, Chief. I forget. Alright. So what I'm going to do is do this. What you making? Just a tank, Gee. How about you? Alright, I need to have the main link. Actually, using one of these probably is a good idea. Cool. Nice. Nice. Alright, so these are gonna need same vessel collision, right? And then the treads need to be out here like that. It's 2 pistons in there, Creeper. Basically, there's 2 pistons in here, and then I'm gonna try to make the treads the same vehicle, and then use same vessel collision to get the drive gear to work. And how that's gonna work is this key right here. Oh, it needs to be on a rotor. Oh. Or does it? Do I need it to be on a rotor? Like when the thing is over here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, it definitely does. Okay. That needs to be on a rotor. Frick. Okay. This is some rotor on rotor action right now. What's the smallest one? Is that the smallest one we have? Yeah, it is. Crud. Whoa. I don't remember that being in the game, but alright. Okay. So, the thing is that this thing's gonna have to rotate with this. But that doesn't need to have same vessel collision on it, so actually that does not matter. Cool. Just put the rotor right there, and then we need the key. And then we can attach this right there, right? So this is the key that holds the chain together. It's the root part of the tank tread assembly. T-8 to space news. I thought the point of this was to abuse the rotating docking ports. I mean, Wookie, I probably said yesterday that, yeah, I suppose we could. But we could probably use rotating docking ports as some kind of drive gear, but now I thought about it a little bit more from yesterday, and it'd probably be better to just, I like the rotating piston idea. So motor size, no brakes on that one, no brakes on that one. Non-motorized, on power, loss free. There we go. Any plans to modify the crane with a docking port soon? I did, Paul. Yeah, I did that, and it yeah, it kind of worked. I need to design a better crane, but it does work. It's just a little. I can use that for a key. Oh, I want to use that instead of the cubic octag. Hold on. Give me that. Yes. All right. So that thing's going to need to have same vessel collision on it. And then this thing is going to need to have same vessel collision on it. And then the drive gears are going to need to have same vessel collision on them as well. Alright, so let's make the treads. Let's see what it does. This does not need same vessel collision on it. Might be better to use 2 square grip pads side by side. I mean, it's a crawler transporter raid. So the smaller ones. I mean, that's going to increase part count something fierce, man. Raid, I'm going to go with this, and the reasons for that will become clear. As we get further into this project. Almost time for space news. All right, now this one here, you know what we'll do? Let me just make some tank tread here. I want to get a functioning prototype up before Space News here. Let's see what we got. So, take this. And I'm going to have to unpower all these hinges eventually. Degrees. It's too far apart. They'll almost get to full lock there. Oh dear. Alright, so what's this one? 38? It looks cool? Thanks, man. $38, $90, $34. Skip one, 18. That almost lines up perfectly. It's very close. I think I put like 1 or 2 extra chain links in there. Here. Get rid of that. And get rid of that. And then we could just take some... Huh. There are 2 spots where they're too close together. Oh, thank you. I was gonna say, it should have lined up perfect. Or at least it should have been close. Is there another spot that I missed? Looks good now. All right. It looks like the back wheel is going to have to be... This should have all lined up. Just fix the back treads. Just fix the back treads angle. Okay. So 38, 90, 34, 18. 38, 90, 34, 18. Okay. So where are you going to drive this? Accu, it's kind of just to see if I can, to be honest with you. Yeah. This is a let's see if we can do it thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. All right. Well, that link does this design doesn't work. So get rid of it for a second. We have to adjust the spacing. So what happens if we click that one in and then click this one in? Those are same vehicle collision, so that's not going to work. Damn. No, Kyron, no new deadline set just yet. Yeah, see, but this is too wide. It's gonna screw up the... Is that as wide as the other one? It is, okay. I just made a square and then tension it with pistons afterwards. That way it's much easier to line up the first and last tank tread. Got it. Alright. I mean, we could always... I mean, the pivot has to be equidistant between the treads or else it's not going to work. But then again... Nah, you know what? I was using alligator hinges in the old design around a rover like this, so that it should work. And by should, I mean it will. Yeah, we'll just have to tension it. It's no problem. We'll begin space news in a little bit, guys. I just want to get the prototype up and running. Alright, so 18, right? That's where we were at. Skip one, 34. Alright. Cool. And now this one. $38. $90. $34. Hike. And then this one should be 18. And that doesn't give us the right spacing again. Hey man, thanks for streaming this. Oh, you need to give me money now, Karate. You should apologize to everybody in here. What you just said was one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Okay, a simple wrong would have done just fine, but no, it's good. So sorry to interrupt. Proceed. You get nothing. Good day, sir. I didn't hear the start of that, but are you talking about me again? No. So hang on. How many ticks back does this need to go to be right? One, two, three, four, right? 4, okay. Oh dear. Sorry, failed self-deprecation joke. Yeah, I got you. Yep. Hell Hydra from Captain Karate Pun Tax. Yep, thank you. thank you. Yeah, he's out of control. He's got a mind of its own. He's got a mind of his own. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. A lot of gifted subs today. Crocker. A lot. Alright. Help, my plane's probe core SAS isn't SAS incorrectly. It overcorrects, then it yaws and pitches out of the blue. Your control surface authority limiter, lower it. Staples, 3-month resub. Or just, that's what happens when you have too much SAS. It overcompensates, and the SAS's PID controller goes insane. So I moved that 4 ticks in. So that means if I move that 4 ticks in, right? That means if I move, so I move that 2 ticks forward. Huh. How do I get it to be equidistant? Or Raid, do you just say screw it and just have a tensioner on there? Hey Jay, what did you use for the tank crawlers? Grip strips is what we're using. Staples, 3-month resub. What do you call someone who tells dad jokes but isn't a dad? A faux pas. God damn it. You should feel bad. You should feel bad. Don't do this, Chad. You guys are going to be doing this till the end of the night, aren't you? You know what? I'll just have it be asymmetric. I'm not sure what the repercussions of that are, but... But if I move that and that, if we move the treads into that position right there and then try to compensate, that should make it right. Hold on. Let me check something. Let me change the numbers a little bit.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Captain correct. Chlorophyll? More like borophyll? Right? This doesn't seem right. Yeah. We'll see where it gets us. So that one needs to be at 61. Oh, now it's still off. Hang on. Let me reload. I don't want to save this. I had the old tread design. So it was 18, 34, 90, 38. and then I'll just move the back wheel. It's going to be slightly asymmetric, and that's annoying, but... Do you know if there were Easter eggs besides a monolith on Elu? No. But you found something else. Okay. I'm like wondering if there's a way that I could shift the entire mechanism so it's symmetrical, but... Oh. Well, that seemed to have done it. Do I spoil? Nah, don't do that. You can message me if you want, dude, but yeah. Yeah, don't do that. The only spoilers we like are the spoilers that are on the back of a car. Or a truck. In certain... Karate, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, okay? Alright, let's... oh, hey, let's go. Let's not go blowing things out of context here, you know? Ein. DD Deca-month streak! Deca-month streak! Nice. Hey Nazlik, how you doing up there, bud? You freezing your nards off or what? How are you gonna connect the treads? Struts will do it. Oh yeah, damn, I forgot about that thing. Yeah, I got you, man, I got you. So I have a... I don't know how we're gonna do this, to be honest. How are we gonna... Like, I could just connect that with a strut. It's no problem. It'll be fine. No, I'll just go with the tensioner. It's fine. So that's not new? I demo, it's been there, but I don't know when it was added. I totally forget. Reduce the distance between the axles. Yeah, that might be what we need to do. So that means it's going to just have different numbers over here than it is on the other side, which is fine. Oh. Oh, well, that's all I needed to do was just change the numbers up a little bit. Okay. Excellent. Cool. It's 44 Fahrenheit 7C, so nice and cold. Yikes. Okay, so right here... Right here, all we need is that tread. Is a strut, just... That's the key. You want to undo the tread? Just get rid of that strut. Or just disconnect it. Struts do have disconnectable action groups in them now, which is pretty rad. There's your key. Holds the whole thing together. Alright, now I'm going to need a drive mechanism. And we could do something like this. The drive mechanism that I used before was just triangular panels. Bada bing. Or boom. It has to mesh here. Somehow. Alright, here's how we'll do this. Ready? Give me... Just give me one of these. Take it out of symmetry. Get rid of its clone. Now go in here like this, and... we can get away with that. Now, is there a way where I can rotate this where it fits? Go over here. Use a pair of round grip pads and place the guide pins in the middle. You guys want round grip pads, so... Yeah, you guys kept saying that. Use it like this? And then another one right there, Luizo? Is that what we're looking for? Does this work? I mean, well, dumb question. Just watch a KSP video on YouTube. You look so much better without the mullet. Thank you. That's what people use to make tanks. Okay. Well, tanks for nothing. Oh, God, I'm doing it too. Roddy, this is your fault. You jerk. Really? This is what? That's it? All right. Okay. What changed in your stream setup? I've changed the lighting, the headset, and the green screen since then, dude. Yeah, a lot has changed. Alright, so I'm working on the idler wheels right now. Give me the whip! Give me the idle. Adios, amigo. What do the idlers do? They basically just make sure it's going. The tread stays in the right direction. All the wheels on the treads need to be lined up correctly, Croc. And if they're not, well, bad stuff happens, man. So once again, this is just a prototype. I'm kind of rushing to get this prototype figured out, but if I put same vessel collision on here, we should at least be able to get an idea of what this thing is going to do. I'm just worried because I don't have any outside wheels here that it could cause a problem. Hey, Loopy. The video was happy. The video was good. So happy to see many of the folks in it. Funny, there were tons of Boeing presents and not SpaceX, but that's SpaceX reasons. Yeah. Nah. It's alright. I have to change the on power loss free. Power loss free, and then we need to go to the hydraulics, and I need to get rid of those. Those need to be free floating as well. All right. Those treads are massive. Yeah, they're pretty big. You're not wrong. These ones I do want to be motorized with lower RPM limits, and then I'm just gonna put another idler wheel in here and put that one directly under the main rotating gear. Same vessel collision, cool. And then I'll take one more. That video was cool, Loopy. I'm really happy to be a part of it, to be honest with you. Those are return rollers. Idlers are... Those are return rollers. Idlers are the wheels at the opposite end from the sprocket. Oh. I got you. So, will the idler be over... Well, the back... Well, okay. Yeah, okay, I got you. Alright, well, let's see what this does. I guess. Might not work. Alright, we can get rid of my original guide markers. We don't need those anymore. Let me just make sure that the rotor back ends are strutted. Okay. Want to see if it works? Yeah, you got two sprockets, which is weird. Okay, cool. Now we don't. His same vessel setup? Yep. Oh, the hinges. Hold on. These... I gotta go through. Yeah, those should be free floating. And if we miss one, we'll know, because the tread will get stuck. It'll bind up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And I have to make sure that, you know, they have power loss set to free, because if we lose power, I don't need all of these locking in place and then me having to do this every time the tank runs out of batteries. Shouldn't the lower rollers be on some kind of suspension? They should. Neuro, gifted us up to Loopy. There it goes. Cool. All right. Get rid of those hydraulics there for a moment, and then I can leave that there, and then give me a probe core, and let's see if we can get this prototype working here. Okay. And since it's engineering mode, we don't need to worry about communications. Now we just need batteries, just a lot of batteries. And then let me action group this. All right. Well, we're going to put this out, and it's either going to explode in a very spectacular fashion, or this will work exactly as planned. Ready? Here we go. How did you get into the KSP video for the anniversary? They asked me to. I got an email from someone that works at Private Division, and they were like, hey, do you want to be in this? And I'm like, yes. Well, that's the right idea. Drive tracks from the front, not the rear. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, not really making that much of a difference. The rotor system seems to be working okay. I don't think these things grip as good as we think they do. You're lacking tension. Yeah, I think so. I mean, there is also that. Yeah, the tread's just floppy. Alright. 1 or 2 more tries. I saw it, demo. Yeah, I knew about that one too. I don't tell people about this stuff, man. Yeah. So freaking extreme, dude. Actually, I don't know why I didn't move these things up. They need to be up here. Like, they need to be slightly clipping. That should make it flop a little bit less. Yeah, I got SVI on the front wheels. The rotor didn't have SVI. Okay, there's my drive wheels right there. Cool. And you know what? I'll put these for extreme grip as well. Why not? We might just, it might be just simple as needing more of these. We need more of these rollers. Rollers. It's all because of you, chat. He's talking about you. I see it, Raid. Okay. Who's Derek? This is Derek. I bet those rollers have SCMOTs. The State County Municipal Offender Data System. Derek! I'm enjoying a tank, Derek. Is he friends with the Dominoes? No, but Derek dated a girl named Layla once. Got me on my treads, Layla. That's how that's the lyrics, right? Oh, yeah, that's fine. All right, round 2, fight. Wait, why not now? Plenty of talent in this base of people here. Plenty of talent. I just can't contribute all the damn time because I'm working, you know? It's binding up there. I know what I need. We need more wheels on the top deck. Give them the clamps.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Hey, Alleviate. This is the banana song, guys. You know that? No, because, not that. Did you disable the pistons that hold the treads? Yeah. Yep. I need wheels that go like this. Or like this. Not like this. These are not the doors of a billionaire, Wheatley. Alleviate. Well-deserved resub. I do end up catching a lot on the VODs, but another month closer to 24. Thanks, man. I don't know, Merkers. I don't know why the front wheels are higher than the rear ones. They're all at the same height. But help, my plane's probe core SAS isn't SASing correctly. I literally freaking answered. I literally answered you, man. The heck is this? You have too much SAS. Take some SAS off. I answered you already. Pay attention. Okay, so I probably didn't hear that. Especially, I'm just messing with you. It's all good, man. You have too much SAS. Lower the deflection on the control surfaces, dude. Need a wheel on a piston for tension. Yeah, it's binding up right there and it doesn't want to get over. Here, let's try increasing the RPM. Nope. Torque. Interesting. A few Separatrons should get it rolling. Let me try something. Well, in low gravity it works. I just wanted to see if the piston slide work. That's cool. What is this? It's a thing. We definitely need a tensioner. Definitely. It does work, though. Is that so you can keep it the same vessel? That's right, Tree. Yep. You got it, bud. Yeah, the idler. It's not an idler piston. It's just connected to the key. 2 rotors on free-floating hydraulic. Yeah, see? It spins. All right, one more test, and then we'll do space news. No, they didn't add tracks. I made these myself. I just wanted to mess around with this. Alright, I'll borrow the hydraulic mechanism that I used previously. We'll tension this cable now. Or cable. Cable? We'll tension it now. And then I don't want these things to bend under tension, so what I'm going to do is strut the housings together so they don't move. Why not lift the whole girder to the top wheels are attached to? Why not lift the whole girder the top wheels are attached to? How? The entire tread is attached to that. No, that's not going to work, Wookie. You'll see, Loop. I'll show you. There you go, Shepard. I've never gotten one of these to work without using a sprocket to drive the treads myself. Good luck. We'll see, Max. We'll see what it does. Why are the wheels inverted? Large drive vehicles have the tracks upside down. Why are large vehicles hired? Explain the okay. Explain that then. Genuine question. Aramil, if, and I'm actually asking because I don't know. Why does NASA's crawler transport, which is considerably bigger than like the tank way of doing this, why is that one like that? Genuine question. Ah, yeah, it's because it doesn't have to go over berms or ditches. Yep. Terrain, yeah, that makes sense. It's clearly indicated. Loopy, I think it's fine. I don't still have hack gravity on, do I? Nope, I don't. Loop, check it out. I have 2 rotors attached on free-floating pistons to the key, to where the treads attach. It's all one vehicle. Can you turn? Yes? I didn't design this thing to go fast, guys. It's not supposed to go fast. It's supposed to go slow like the crawler. In that regard, this is working quite well, actually. Yeah, we need the cow controller for steering. I haven't even dived into the maneuver tool yet. But it's engineering mode. Go fast for fun. All right. That's cool, dude. Yes. All right. Let's get her up there. Oh, it's starting to not like it. It's starting to not like it. We're starting to skip treads. Increase the tension. Nope, decrease the tension. That didn't like that at all. Yeah, baby. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Yes! It works. Our design works. Oh! What happened? Yes. That's awesome. I ain't even mad. This thing is great. Yeah, we're starting to get some drive slip. Build the ML. Oh, it's struggling. It doesn't like that at all. Come on, baby, have the torque. I think yep. The rotors are stuck, yep. Up. Gonna make it. Come on, baby. Yes! Yes! Oh, come on! Yeah, I think we should take the friction off of these grip wheels. Ah! Ah, yeah! Awesome. Frickin' awesome. I'm making motor noises, I don't care. Oh, it binds up a little bit. Oh, that's so cool. Best part, guys, it's all one vehicle. Dun 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 dun. You know what? I can play that. I know we can play that. No! What happened? Well, that's a first. She keeps getting stuck somewhere. Come on! RPM's too high. We just need that. We just need the tank tread noise. It's because of the uneven terrain. Well, that pretty much answers the question that Airmill said. Like, it's upside down. The reason why it's upside down is because the crawler transporter, you guys are right, it's designed to not designed to go on uneven terrain. You saw what happens when that happens. Max, what do you think? It's pretty cool. It works. I can't believe it worked. This is working great, actually. This is working really well. RPM is... yeah, that's good. The sound for Derek? We need the tank noise, Swishio. Good enough. Doesn't use a lot of power. That's some diesel right there. Nice, Fishio. Yeah, Luizo, I can see that. I see why people use these for wheels. We're getting some slip. How do you turn? How do you turn? Okay. Huh. No, I just built this Supercraft. This is the Mark II version. Much better. If I lower the RPM limit over here on this wheel and we increase the RPM, it should work like a differential. Yeah. It's having trouble. Maybe I need to give it a little more slack. Let's give it a little more slack. See what it does. How about I set that to 0 and then we set this one. Huh. Yeah, this thing doesn't like turning. Asta, I don't like him very much. Let's kill him. Alright, hang on. We'll revert for a second. I think the roller wheels having extreme grip is slowing the thing down. I think that's why we're getting so much wheel slip. Let's see what we got. Let's take this, and we'll start Space News basically now. Extreme! No, it's not too extreme. But it's cool, man. It's one vehicle. The treads aren't a separate vehicle. Our roller piston right there works just fine. But we have a tank. Just thought I'd let you know. And these guys out back are the drive wheels. So these ones don't need extreme grip either. We'll only put extreme grip on the drive wheels. What, it's one vehicle? How? Idler piston. Well, not an idler piston, it's just a roller piston, I guess is the right way to say that. Now mount the cannon to it. Spread the top wheels just a little. Why? Now, let's go with this. Change one thing at a time, Orion, right? Are they still in symmetry? Differential steering is tricky in practice. I removed symmetry from them, French, but... Yeah, Pembo, on the crawler transport, I think you're right. I think these things only go forward and back, and I think the whole truck on the crawler transport actually turns. This whole mechanism can actually... At least I'm fairly confident that that's how that works. The turning radius is the size of a battleship, though. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, they do turn. So that'll solve that problem. Alright, cool. Excellent. They were binding when they came off the drive wheels. Alright. Can I get the Battlefield music going again? Dun, 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 dun. Ah, yeah. It doesn't like a lot of torque. But we can increase the RPMs. It's skipping treads a little bit, but... Oh, look at it go! Yeah, baby! Dude, look at this thing. And we're getting a little bit of binding right there, but that's fine. See how it's rolling off the back wheels? Yeah. General EJ, what's your ETA? Soon. Remember, chat, the goal of your space program isn't to die for it, but to make the other guy die for his space program because you raced and won. That's the quote. That's how that works, right? Make the other guy die for his country, not you. That's sick. Yeah, once again, we got a little bit of tread binding going on up there, but that's okay. I heard you can make rockets in this game, too. Wait, what? Well, this is pretty cool. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that this thing is a lot of parts. Ask not what you can do for your country, but how can you get them to die for theirs? I'm pretty sure that's combining Patton and JFK right there, but hey, whatever. All from scratch in vanilla? Damien's. Don't come in here and insult me like that, mate. You should limit the hinge angle to to -5 or 10 degrees. Yeah, it'll help us with the binding that's going on right there. Or I could just put another set of rollers in there. PFK! PF Chang? Alright, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Go over here. No. Get that diesel tank sound. I see what you guys are saying. It's stretching the treads. That's what's going on. Here, let me. Ah! 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 Shut it off! Shut it off! We threw a tread. That's awesome. All right, we'll keep working on this another day. I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. I'll be back, and we'll do some space news when I get back. He'll buff out. All right, we'll keep working with Derek another day. Probably maybe tomorrow or something. I don't know. Yeah, I threw the tread. Yep. All right. Okay. I'm gonna take probably about 20 minutes here. We've had an anomaly. We have to secure the area. And I am going to go grab a quick bite, and then when I get back, we'll do space news. Need to test field repairing? No, I'm good. And then we will start EJ, Space and Rocket Review. And then we gotta go mess with mission mode after this. Okay, I will be back in a moment.